Hello and welcome to this exciting video tutorial series. My name is Puspa and in this series we will learn how to build real-time chat app using .NET for backend and Angular for the frontend. Throughout the series, I will guide you step by step covering key topics such as building a web API using .NET Core, implementing real-time messaging with SignalR, adding video calling functionality using WebRTC with SignalR, creating a modern UI with Angular, secure communication using JWT Authentication. By the end of the series, you will have your own chat with features like real-time messaging, typing indicator, user presence tracking, and video calling. If you are excited to build this chat app, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Let's get coding.
Okay, let's set up environment. First of all, let's install .NET Sticky 9. So go to browser and type .NET, click download, and here we can see .NET 9 SDK. So let's download .NET 9 SDK. .NET 9 SDK is download in progress. So let's wait some time. The SDK is downloaded, so let's install it and click install. It will take time. Install successfully, so let's close it. Now verify our SDK, so open command type .NET list SDKs. So we can see here we have successfully installed .NET 9.0.100. Close it. Now let's install Vscode for code editor. So go to code.visualstudio.com and click download. Vscode is downloading. Vscode is downloaded. So let's install it. Click OK and accept agreement. Next, set this checkbox and install. Vscode is installed successfully. Let's finish it. Let's make it bigger and let's set up our Vscode theme. Start modern. Close it and click markdown. Close it. So let's install some extension. Click extension and search for C#. Install this one and this one. It will take some time. Close it and close it for now. And here. And another one is let's search for Nuget gallery. Install it. And another extension is SQLite. Install it. Okay, now set up Node.js for Angular development. Go to browser, nodejs.org, download Node.js. Node.js is downloaded, so let's install it. Close it. Next. Accept agreement. Next, and next. Install. So let's finish it. Now let's install Angular CLI. Open command. Type npm install -g add Angular/CLI. Press enter. Angular CLI is installed. So let's verify ngv. So we have Angular version 18.2.12. We have successfully installed .NET and Angular. So open Vscode and install some extension for Angular. So go to extension and install Angular language service. Okay, install this one. Install. And another extension I personally love, material icon. Install it and set material icon theme. Close it. Okay, we have successfully installed .NET and Angular. So let's create new project. Right click, new and folder. Let's say chat. Let's right click it and open with Vscode. Trust it. Close and let's open terminal. New terminal. Here let's click for now command prompt. Let's create API project. So type .NET new web API and output will be API. Let's press enter. So we have type error here. Let's press off arrow and let's fix output. Our API project is created successfully. Let's navigate to API project and run project.net run. So let's click this link and we are going to redirect it to browser and let's add here slash weather forecast. So this is our default template provided by .NET. So this comes from this program and this map kit. So our plugin project is created. So let's create another project for client. Go to terminal and new terminal. Let's make it command prompt. So let's create new Angular project ng new and let's say client for project name. Let's enter. Let's press N and enter. Let's select for this project CSS by default. So for SSR we don't need this for now. So let's press N and enter. Project is creating and some npm packages are installing in background. So let's wait some time. So our client project is created. So let's navigate to client project and serve what is inside. So let's serve our application npm start. So our application is served. So let's click this link and go to browser. You can see our default Angular template here. So we have successfully created two projects, API and client. Okay, first of all, let's clean up our API project. Go to API and in program.cs, let's remove this one, this weather forecast API, and this one also. Let's save it. Let's run our application. So by pressing Ctrl backtick and CD, just navigate to API project. Let's serve our application .NET was run. So let's click this weather forecast. We don't have forecast API endpoint now. Let's clean up our launch setting. Go to launch setting.json and here let's add custom port 5000 and remove this one. Let's add here 5000. Okay, let's close it and let's kill our terminal by pressing Ctrl C and let's run again. .NET was run. Now we have custom port 5000. Let's click it. Now our application served in 5000 port.
so let's close it. Now let's install some Nuget packages by pressing Ctrl backtick and go to Nuget. Here let's search for EF core, this first one, and EF core SQLite, this third one, and another one is Entityframework core. So this one, let's install it. So we have installed some packages. Go to API-CS browse. We can see ASP.NET Core, Entityframework core, Entityframework core, and SQLite. And let's collapse this API project and expand this solution explorer here. Let's create one folder called data, and inside data let's add AppDbContext Class, this source class, and AppDbContext. So this AppDbContext inherit from IdentityDbContext. So let's create constructor CTOR and enter. Let's pass here dbContext option, and this is generic class, and pass AppDbContext option, pass here in base class option. So we can see this IdentityDbContext expect dbContext option. So let's close it and let's close this one. Go to program.cs. Let's add here dbContext builder.services.add dbContext, pass here AppDbContext, and inside here x.use SQLite, and pass data source chat.db, add authentication and authorization, app.use authentication and app.use authorization. Let's create AppUser class. Go to API, and here let's create Modal folder, modals, and inside modal let's create class and name it AppUser. Let's add here some property string which is nullable, full name, and another one prop tab string, profile string here, profile image, and this class inherit from identity user. So let's save it and close it. Go to program.cs and add here identity core builder.service.add identity core. Let's pass AppUser and add Entityframework core store, AppDbContext, and add default token provider. So revisit our AppDbContext, and this identity db context is generic, so let's pass it AppUser. Now go to program.cs and add authentication. So here just add builder.services.add authentication. Let's pass it option and default authenticate scheme JWT bearer default. For this let's install JWT authentication. So go to Nuget package JWT bearer. Let's install this one, close it and control dot. We can see now Microsoft ASP.NET Authentication JWT bearer dot default authentication scheme and OPT dot default challenge scheme JWT bearer default dot and T dot default scheme. Here JWT bearer default dot authenticate scheme, and let's add here JWT bearer, and let's pass option goes to option dot save token true option dot required HTTPS metadata. Let's make it false. And another one is token validation, new token validation parameter. Let's remove this fully qualified name and control dot and validate sign-in key, validate issuer sign-in key. Let's make it true, and issuer sign-in key, new symmetric security key. Let's pass here encoding UTF-8.get bytes. And first of all, let's go to app setting and add here JWT setting key, add here security key. You can put here very long text. Save it, go to program CS, and here let's declare variable JWT setting builder.configuration.get section and JWT setting. Here go to app setting, we have JWT setting, so let's copy it and here and go to bottom. Let's pass here JWT setting get section and section name security key, and with this and the value can be nullable. Let's make validate issuer false, validate audience false for now. Okay, let's create account endpoint. So go to Solution Explorer, and here let's create folder endpoints. In this tutorial we are going to use minimal API, so let's create here class. We search for class and name account endpoint. Create one static method, let's say public static route group builder, and let's say map account endpoint. Pass here this web application, let's say app, and here let's create group app dot map group. So let's say API slash register dot with tag account. Now let's create register endpoint. So group dot map post, here we need to add account and map post. Let's say register here and async. Pass here HTTP context user manager AppUser, and another one from form string full name from form string email, another one from form password of type string password. Okay, add here user manager var user from db. Let's check. Oh wait, user manager dot find user by email async, and let's pass email here. Let's check if user from db is not null, then return result dot bad request response of type string dot failure, and let's pass message user is already exist. Create this response class. First of all, create here command folder, and inside command folder let's add here class. Let's search for class and response class. Add here some property from bool is success. Let's remove setter. Let's add here public t data. So let's make class generic, and let's add another public string error, and another one is string message, and let's create constructor ctur, and here let's pass is success of type bool, and t data string error and string message. Inside here let's initialize with is success, and data with data, error with error, let's make it capital letter, and message with small message. Okay, let's create a static method public static of type response t success, and t data string which is nullable, message let's pass default null value, new let's pass a true, data null message. Let's create another static method failure, static response failure string error, and new let's pass here false default error and null. Okay, save it. We have our response class. Let's close it. Here we have forget to declare contact. Let's control click here, and let's use api.command. Let's create new user. So var user new app user, email and full name. So let's create users par result await user manager dot create async. Let's pass here user and password. Let's check if not result dot is succeed, then let's return results dot bad request response of type string, and failure pass here result dot errors dot select. Let's select x goes to x dot description dot first or default. If result is success, then let's return result dot okay response of type string success. Let's pass here user created successfully, and let's return here group, make it static. Let's go to program.cs and register our endpoint. At the end, let's add app.map account endpoint, save it. Okay, before testing our API, let's add migration. Go to terminal by pressing Ctrl backtick and navigate to API project.net EF migrations, add initial. Don't have Microsoft.Entityframework core design package, so let's install it first. Go to Nuget and search for Entityframework core design. Let's install first one. Now it's installed. Go to terminal and click up arrow and enter. So our first migration is created. So go to migration folder. Here we can see our initial class. You can see here ASP.NET rules. You can see here ASP.NET user. So we have here custom full name. So we have extended full name property and profile image. And let's update our database. .NET EF database update. Okay, our database is ready. So let's open database. Control Shift P and let's search for SQLite. Open database and ChatDB. Now we can see here SQLite Explorer. So we can expand this, and we have here ASP.NET users. So let's click it. We don't have any data right now, so we can see empty table here. Close it. Run application. .NET was run. Okay, our application is run in port 5000. Okay, let's test our register endpoint. First of all, let's install Thunder client. Go to extension and search for Thunder client. So this Thunder client, let's install it. Okay, Thunder client is installed. Let's close it and let's open Thunder client and new request. Call host count / register. Click body and com, and let's pass here username, full name and email. Let's click send. Okay, let's make it post request and send again. Here endpoint http post count register contain anti-forgery metadata. For now, let's go to account endpoint and here add disable anti-forgery and save it. Let's send request again. We have this error. Let's stop our program and run again by pressing Ctrl C, and let's run again. .NET was run. Let's send request again. So we have missing password field, so let's add password 8123. let's send. So we can see here error username is invalid. So we have forget to add username field. So go to account endpoint and here add from form string username, and in this object let's add username. Save it and close. Go to endpoint and let's send again. Now is success true and user created successfully. So let's verify our data. Here in ASP.NET user we can click this icon. We can see recent created data. So our register endpoint is working now. Next we will implement upload profile picture. Hello, welcome back. In this tutorial we are going to implement upload profile picture. So first of all, let's go to Explorer and here let's go to Solution Explorer. Let's collapse this one, and inside API let's create one folder called services, and inside services let's add class, source for class and file upload. Create static method. Let's say public static upload, pass I from file, and here first of all let's declare upload folder path.combine. Let's combine with directory .get current directory, and inside www let's comma upload. Let's check if directory does not exist. Directory dot exist, upload folder, create directory, dot create directory, upload folder. So this will create folder, upload inside double root, and let's extract file name. File name Nuget.new this generate random string, and let's make this string concat with path with extension file name here, and let's declare path file path, and let's combine with path dot combine upload folder and file name. Always using var string new file string file path file mode dot create, and let's copy this file dot copy to async, and this expect string here. Finally, let's return our file name. So now let's go to program.cs, and here let's add.image static files. Okay, let's go to Entityframework, and here let's implement file upload. So here let's say from file can be nullable profile image. So let's check profile image is null, then return result.WebRTC response of type string dot failure, and pass message profile image is required. If we have profile image, then let's store in variable picture file upload and pass that profile picture. This file upload method return string. Let's initialize picture with context.request.scheme /context.request.host and /upload/picture, and here let's pass profile image to picture. In this tutorial we are going to test our file upload using Postman. So first of all, let's go to postman.com/downloads and then click download. So let's say Postman is downloaded. Okay, let's install Postman. Okay, Postman is installed, so let's close it, go to project, and let's run backend project cd API, and .NET was run. Let's copy this URL and close it, go to Postman, let's paste it here, and let's make post and /API/account/register. Let's click body and form data. Let's add here username test@123. Let's send. Okay, user is already exists, so let's create another user. Let's make it file and select file. Let's upload this one. Okay, let's send. This user is already exist, so let's create new one. Let's click send. Okay, user created successfully. So let's go to our project, we can see www here, and inside here we have upload folder, and inside upload folder we have photo. Let's close it and let's verify in our database. So let's open database, Ctrl+Shift+P, open database, chat.dp, click this one and open ASP.NET users. So here we can see our profile image here. Our profile image successfully uploaded. Hello everyone, welcome to this tutorial. Today I will show you how to build a secure login API using JWT in ASP.NET Core Minimal API. By the end of this video, you will have a functioning API that generates a JWT token upon login. Let's get started. Let's open Vscode. Inside service, let's create token service. Let's search for class and token service. And here let's inject I configuration, private read only, I configuration, config. Let's create constructor CTOR tab. Let's inject here I configuration, config. Let's create generate token, public string generate token. Let's pass here string user ID and string username. Let's create token handler, new JWT security token handler. Let's import it, control dot using system.identity modal.token.jwt. Let's get key from encoding.ascii.getBytes and config JWT setting and security key. So this should match with app setting. You can see here security key. This can be nullable. Let's create list of claims, new list of claim, new claim type dot name identified is passed user ID, and another one new claim types dot name passed username. So let's create token descriptor, new security token descriptor, and let's pass it subject claim, new claims identity, pass here claim. Let's make it claims, pass here claims, and pass expires date time dot UTC now dot 8 days. After 1 day we cannot use same key. Sign in credential. Let's pass a new sign in credential, new symmetric security key. Let's pass a key and security algorithm HMACSS256. Let's create token handler dot create token. Let's pass a token descriptor and return token handler dot write token. Let's pass a token. Okay, let's save it to program CS, and here let's add builder.services.add scope token service. Save it, let's close it. Okay, let's close this token service and go to account endpoint. At the bottom, let's collapse this one, and here let's create login point group.mapPost. Let's say login async, and here let's inject user manager pass AppUser and user manager and pass token service and let's go to Explorer and let's create folder named DTOS, and inside DTOS let's create login DTO class, login DTO. Let's create string email, let's annotate with required, and another required property prop tab string password. Let's initialize with empty and string.empty. Save it. Let's add here login DTO and here let's check for DTO. If DTO is null, then just return result.WebRTC and pass a response of string dot failure and pass message invalid login. And here for user user manager dot find email async, pass here email DTO dot email, this return app user. So let's check if user is null. If we don't have user, then return result.WebRTC response of type string dot failure, user not found. Okay, and let's create result variable user manager dot check password async, and let's pass a user and DTO dot password. Let's check for result. It return boolean, result is false, then return result.WebRTC. Let's pass a response of type string dot failure, and let's pass a invalid password. Finally, let's create token service dot generate token. Let's pass here user ID and username. And finally, let's return result.OK. Let's add here response of type string dot success. Let's pass a token and message login successfully. Now let's test our login endpoint. So okay, let's test our application login endpoint. So go to terminal and restart our application. Let's go to API project and run.net was run. Okay, let's open Postman and test our login endpoint. Click this plus icon here. Let's click this URL and add here login. So click body, inside body let's click raw, make it JSON, and here let's pass email.com and password test@123. Let's click send Okay, let's make it post method and let's send again. Okay, it's success true and data we have JWT token. Let's copy this one and go to JWT.io and go to JWT.io and go to bottom. Let's paste here. We have named this user ID and unique name, expiry date. So this is our generate token. Let's close it and our login endpoint is working fine. Hello and welcome back. In this tutorial we are going to create message entity and their migration. So let's get started. First of all, let's open Explorer and open Solution Explorer. Let's collapse this one, and inside API, inside Modal, let's create message class. Let's search for class and message, and inside message let's say prop integer type ID and prop tab string, which can string sender ID, prop tab string and receiver ID, and another property string type content, and another property name. Let's say date time, we can store here created date, and another property of bool, let's say is read, and let's add here public app user sender get set. Let's type prop and tab, let's add here app user, let's say receiver. These two are navigation properties and this ID is our primary key in our message table. Now let's add migration. Let's open terminal by pressing Ctrl backtick and go to API here .NET EF migrations, add message table, press enter. So let's open Explorer and here we can see message table migration. So we can see here our empty migration. Let's undo our migration. .NET EF migrations remove. So this command remove recently created migration. Press enter. Look, our migration is removed. So let's go to AppDbContext and here let's add dbset prop dbset of type message and let's say messages. Let's close it and let's clear terminal by pressing Ctrl L and let's rerun our migration. .NET EF migrations add message table. Okay, let's see, we have message table migration created. We can see our table name messages, ID which is auto increment primary key, and sender ID type text, receiver ID which type is text, which can be nullable true, and created date nullable false, is read of type boolean nullable false, and we can see our constraint receiver ID and sender ID. Let's close it and let's update our database. .NET EF database update. Okay, our database is updated. Let's open database. Let's press Ctrl Shift P and open database. Let's select ChatDB and here we can see, let's collapse this one and here we can see our table messages. Expand this one, we can see integer, sender, receiver, content, created date and is read here. So we have successfully added messages table and migration. SignalR chat hub. So let's go to Explorer and let's open Solution Explorer. Inside API, let's create, and inside hubs let's create class. Let's search for class, and here chat hub. Let's add here authorize attribute, and here let's inherit from hub. This hubs comes from Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.SignalR library. Okay, let's inject here user manager and pass here AppUser, and also inject AppDbContext. This is our primary constructor. Inside here let's declare concurrent dictionary. Here let's declare public static read only concurrent dictionary, and let's pass here string and online user DTO. Currently we don't have online user DTO. Let's create online user DTO class. Inside DTOs let's create file, search for class, and here paste online user DTO. Let's add here some property of string ID. Let's make it null, and prop tab another one string connection ID, prop tab username of type string and full name of type string, another one profile picture of type string, and another boolean variable public full is online. We say public int on read count. Let's close it and go to chat hub. Let's import control dot and using api.dtos. Let's override unconnected async method. Public override async, and inside here let's declare context dot get HTTPContext, and let's get here receiver ID from query HTTPContext dot request dot query. Let's ID dot toString, and another variable context dot user dot identity dot name current user avoid user manager dot find name async, and pass a username. Set if online user dot content key username, then online user, and let's add username here connection ID. Let's declare connection ID here, and from context dot connection ID let's add dot connection ID here. Let's declare user here user and new online user DTO. Let's add here connection ID and username. Profile image, let's make it profile picture. Close it and add here profile picture. Get from current user dot profile image, and finally let's add full name current user dot full name. Now let's add online users. Let's try it username and current user, and await clients dot accept connection ID dot send async pass here notify and current user, and here let's await and clients dot all dot send async online users, and await get all users. Let's create get all user method. Let's control dot and generate get user method, and let's implement get all users. Let's add here enumerable online user DTO. Let's declare variable username context user dot get username. Let's create one extension method. Let's add here folder extensions. Let's add class new file, search for class and claims principal extensions, and let's make it static. Let's create method public static string get username. Let's pass here this claim principal, this claim principal and user. Let's control click and import our username, user dot find first value. Let's pass claims type, claim types dot name, username. Then let's throw new exception, get username, return username, or we can return from here. Let's return from here, and let's create another extension method, class public static string get user id. Let's pass a claims principal, user var user id with dot parse user dot find first value. Let's pass a claim types dot name identifier. Otherwise let's throw new exception, cannot get user id. Immediately we can return from here, return. Let's rename this GUID, let's make it GUID. Let's close it, and here let's control dot, and using API extension let's declare variable online users set and new hash set of type string. And here let's pass online users dot keys, this whole online users key. And here let's load user with their last message, so users avoid user manager dot users dot select. Let's select u goes to new online user DTO. Let's pass add id, u dot id, username, u dot username, full name, u dot full name, profile picture, u dot profile picture is online. Let's add here online user set dot contains u dot username. If it contains username, then it return true. Let's say on read count, context dot messages dot count x goes to x dot receiver id equal to username, x dot sender id equal to u dot id, and not x dot is read. Let's order by descending, user u dot is online to list async, or let's return here users. Okay, let's implement send message method. Let's add public async task send message. Let's add here message request DTO and message. Let's create this class. Let's create message request DTO class. Go to DTOs and new file, search for class and message request DTO. Let's add here id, prop tab and string sender id, prop tab string receiver id, and prop tab string content, prop tab full is read, prop tab, and let's add here date time and created date. Let's add here, let's declare sender id, context dot user dot identity dot name. Let's add recipient id, message dot receiver id. Let's create new message, and here let's add sender await user manager dot find name async. Let's pass here sender id, receiver await user manager dot find by id async. Let's pass here recipient id and is read. Let's make it false now, and created date, let's make it date time dot utc now, and content message dot content. Let's save message first, context dot messages dot add new message, and await context dot save change async. Let's make it add, and await clients. Let's await client dot user. Let's pass a recipient id dot send async. Let's add receive new message, receive new message and our new message. Save it, and let's implement another method which notify typing. Let's declare public async method, async task notify typing recipient username var sender username context.user.identity.name, and let's check if sender username is null, then let's return it. Return otherwise var connection id online user values dot first or default x goes to x dot username equal to recipient username dot connection id. Let's check if connection id is not null, then let's await client dot client. Let's pass a connection id and send async notify typing to user, notify typing to user, and let's add sender name. Override on disconnect method, public override on disconnect async. Let's copy this line and paste here. Let's say online users dot try remove username. Let's rename this username and pass here username. Out, we don't need anything. Out, let's make it underscore. That's it. Let's await and clients dot all dot send async. Let's send online users and let's pass here await get all users. Let's save it. Okay, let's implement load messages method. Here let's create public async task load messages. Let's pass here string recipient id and integer page number. By default let's add 1, and here let's initialize page size by default 10. Let's add here, let's define page size 10 and var username. Let's add here context dot user identity dot name. Let's get current user from user manager, find by name async. Let's pass username and check for current user. If current user is null, then return immediately list of message response DTO messages, and let's add here await context dot messages. First of all, let's declare this message response DTO. Let's inherit from message request DTO, and let's filter here dot where receiver id is equal to current user id and sender id current user id and receiver id recipient id dot order by descending x dot created date dot escape. Let's skip page number -1 multiply by page size dot let's take page size and order by created date and select new message response DTO pass here id contain created date receiver id sender id and to list async. Let's iterate message for each message in messages context dot messages first or default. Let's pass here x dot id equal to message dot id and check for if message is not null. Message dot receiver, let's add here messages. Let's add first or default async and receiver id equal to current id. Then let's say message dot is read true and await context dot shift and async. Let's await client dot user current user dot id dot send async receive message list and pass messages here, and let's call this method inside unconnected async, and here let's check if not string dot is null or empty receiver id. Then let's await load messages. Let's pass a receiver id. Save it. Let's close it. First of all, let's enable quotes. Here builder.services.add quotes option goes to let's add options.add default policy, and inside policy let's add builder here, and inside here builder.with origin let's say for now http localhost 4200, and another one https localhost 420 dot allow any header, allow any method, and allow credential. And let's go to bottom. Here let's add app.useCourse x goes to dot allow any header, allow any method, and allow credential, and add origin here with origins. Let's add here http, and another one https localhost 420. Now let's add JWT authentication for SignalR. So go to here and let's add option dot events new JWT bearer event, and inside here on message received context let's extract access token where access token from context dot request dot query. So let's extract access token, and let's extract path from context dot http context request dot path. Let's check not string dot is null or empty access token, and path dot start with segment slash hops. Then let's say context dot token, let's add here access token, and return task dot completed. Save it and go to bottom and add our SignalR. So here let's add builder.services.add SignalR, and here let's add app.map hub of type set hub. Let's pass here hub URL hub/set. Let's save it. Okay, let's create endpoint that return detail of current login user. So let's go to count endpoint and go to bottom. Here let's add here group.mapGet. Let's say /me async http context and inject here user manager. Let's pass AppUser user manager. Let's get current login user ID from context dot user dot get user ID. So this comes from our extension method. We can see here claim principal extension. We can see this is our extension method. So this return user ID of type GUID. This can be nullable. Let's get current login user from database. For current login user, let's say await user manager dot users SignalR default. Let's filter x goes to x dot id is equal to current login user id. Convert to string. Let's make it async. Let's return here result dot ok, and let's say response type app user. We can make DTO for that, but in this case I want to return here just use app user. Let's say success, and let's pass here current login user and message here. Let's say user fetched successfully. Make it authorized, require authorization. Okay, let's go to program.cs, and at the bottom we can see to use authentication. So let's remove second one and add use authorization here and save it. Let's open terminal by pressing Ctrl J and run our application. Go to API and let's run our application. Watch run. Let's open postman and let's test our API endpoint. Let's click this login and let's click send. Okay, let's copy this token and click this one. Let's say me, and let's go to header. Let's add key authorization and value bearer space and paste our token. Let's send request. Okay, we can see our response data. Okay, first of all, let's update our Angular client application from 18 to 19. Go to package.json. We can see we have currently 18.2.0 version. So let's open terminal by pressing Ctrl J. Let's close it for now, and here let's go to client project and let's update our Angular project. Ng update it Angular /core 819 8 Angular /CLI 819 and press enter. Increase size of the terminal, and here we can see select the migration that you would like to run. Press space to select. So let's press space and hit enter. Okay, now our application is updated. Let's close it and let's go to package.json. You can see here we have updated Angular dependency to 19. Okay, in this tutorial we are going to install TailwindCSS. Let's go to tailwindcss.com and let's click docs and let's go to framework guides and scroll a little bit. Here let's click Angular and let's copy this one and go to our terminal. Let's press Ctrl J and let's print our current directory. So we are currently in root directory. Let's navigate to client. Now we are in client directory. Let's close this one and here let's paste. So our Tailwind CSS is installed. Let's go back to Tailwind CSS and copy this one. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's open Tailwind config.js and let's Ctrl A and paste here. Go back to browser and let's copy this one also and go to style.css. Let's go to src and style.css. Let's paste here, save it, close, and let's go back browser. Let's copy this one and let's go to appcomponent.html and let's remove all, Ctrl A and delete. Let's paste here. Let's run our application ng-serve-o. For now let's press N and enter. Let's go to appcomponent.ts. Let's remove this unused import. Let's click remove unused. Let's go to browser and take a look. We can see we have installed successfully Tailwind CSS. We can change our style from here. Let's say text red 500. Save it. We can see our text is red. Hello guys, welcome back. Let's add Angular material. Go to material.angular.io and get started. Let's copy this one and go back to Vscode. Now we are currently in root directory, so let's navigate to client. Let's clear it and let's paste here and hit enter. Let's press Y and hit enter. Let's select magenta violet. Let's enter. Let's press Y and enter. Let's press enter again. So Angular material installed. Let's go back browser and let's scroll a little bit. Let's copy this one and go to app component HTML. Ctrl P and let's search for app component HTML and let's remove this one, paste it. Let's go to app component TS and import. Let's import mat slider. Let's import from Angular. Import and from Angular /material/slide toggle. Save it and let's clear terminal once again. Let's run application npm start. Let's click this link and go to browser. We can see our toggle box here. So we have successfully installed Angular Material. Let's click this one and let's create register page. So let's kill our terminal, Ctrl C. Let's type ng generate component and let's type component name. Let's say register and skip test. For this tutorial we don't need test. Let's press enter. So we have created register component HTML and component TS and CSS. Let's go to src app. Inside app we can see register component. Let's close terminal. Now let's go to app route and inside this route let's declare a path and let's say register and load component. Let's load our register component slash register component, then dot register component and save it. Let's run our application ng serve -o. Let's go to browser and take a look. Let's say /register. So let's go to app component HTML. Let's remove this one and add here router outlet. So go to app component TS and import, remove this one and import router outlet. Save it. We don't have any error now. Let's go to browser and take a look. We can see register work now. So let's control dot and click remove import. Save it. Let's open terminal by pressing Ctrl J and let's clear it and let's navigate to client and let's generate service ng generate. Let's close this one. Let's close this one and let's generate service ng generate service. Inside services folder let's generate auth service and skip test. Our auth service is generated. Let's go to app. Inside service we can see auth service here. Let's go to launch setting.json. We have our URL. Let's copy this base URL and here let's declare for now private base URL. Paste it and for let's go to account endpoint and here this is our endpoint for registration API /account/register. So let's go to here and API /account. Let's remove this one and inject here HTTP client inject HTTP client. Okay, let's generate register method. Let's make register method. So let's say register, pass your data with type form data and this return observable of API response of string. First of all, let's create this API response. Let's create Modal folder inside app. Right click and modals. Let's define interface, new file and API response.ts. Interface API response. So let's revisit our response class. We can see our response which is generic class and we have field is success, data and error and message. So let's go to API response TS interface and let's declare this. Let's make it generic and here declare is success let's make it type boolean, and data which is generic, error which is string, message, you can see here message of type string. So let's close this one, and this one, let's close this one also. Import API response control dot and add import from. So here let's return this dot http client dot post of type API response is string, and let's pass it URL, this dot base URL slash register, and let's pass it data, and let's add 5 and tap our response goes to local storage dot set item token and response dot data, and let's close. Now let's go to register component. Let's declare some field, email, string, password of type string, and full name of type string, profile picture of type string, and profile image of type file or can be null, initial value null. This is our request from data field. Let's inject auth service, inject auth service. Now let's design register form. Go to register component HTML, and let's remove this one. Let's add form. Let's keep class mdflex and justify center, px20, busy white, gap 10. Okay, let's make div here. Let's duplicate this one and let's say div1, and let's give class of busy white my10 rounded w1/4 with flex and flex column and gap 4, maybe 3 good, shadow sm, drop shadow md. Let's make div 2. Let's run our application and this serve open. Let's go to browser and let's navigate to register. So we don't see anything. Let's inspect, Ctrl+Shift+I, and let's see our console. We can see here null inject reference, auth service, and HTTP client. So let's go to app config and provide here HTTP client, provide HTTP client, save it. Let's go to browser and navigate to register. We can see our div2 here, div1 and div2. So let's back. Now let's define here div class flex justify center. Let's add image here, image src, profile picture. Let's give class rounded full, busy blue 800 s24 and w24. Close it. Let's control click here and let's add here URL, image URL from random user https://portrait/lego/5.jpg. Let's save it and go to browser. Here we can see user image. Let's go to register component HTML and add other field. Here let's add div class text to XL and my2 font medium Inside here, let's say register. You can see register here. Let's make it center. Let's wrap with text center div, and let's save it. Go to browser. We can see center. Let's add another field. After this, let's add div and class w full. Let's add mat form field class full reference field. Let's import mat form field. Let's go to register component, and here let's import mat form field module. Let's import from Angular form field. Save it. We can see we don't have error now. Mat input module. Let's duplicate this and let's copy this one, paste here, /input. Save it. Go back component HTML. Instead of mat input, let's say mat input, and let's add name, email, and placeholder email. Save it. Go to browser and let's go to /register. You can see our email field here. Let's add ng model. Let's go to register component and import. Let's import here forms module, go to component HTML. Now we don't have error here. Let's add another field. Let's duplicate this one and paste it. Let's rename this full name, and this one full name, placeholder full name. And here let's add here mat label, and inside here let's say email, and inside let's add mat label full name. Let's save it. Go to browser /register. You can see our beautiful input field. Now let's add another input. Let's duplicate this one and let's rename this password. Let's rename password and modal password. Let's make it password. Save it. We can see password field here. Let's add here, let's give some padding. Go to px3. You can see little padding here, px4. Now let's add here button, matrix button. Let's go to register component and import mat button module. Let's duplicate this one and mat button module. Let's make it button. Save it. Go to component HTML. Let's add here, let's make it type submit, and let's give class w full and mb5 bg blue 900 text white rounded md p2. Let's say register. We can see register here. Let's remove this rest, this from here, so we can see register here. Now let's add background image. For this, go to undraw.co and browse now. Let's click search, and here let's search for hey, and let's click this one. Let's download. Let's say register, and let's go to download. Open project. Inside public, let's import here. Let's drag this register and add in public. We can see our register here, so let's close this one. Here let's add class. Let's add class here. It's auto and w 3x5. Let's give some style. Background image, URL register.svg, and background repeat no repeat, background size content, background color white, background position bottom. Save it. Let's remove this div1. Go to browser and take a look. You can see now we have beautiful image, background image. In previous video we have already designed our register form, so let's add new field, file upload. So let's go to register component HTML. After password, let's add new field, input of type file, and add placeholder for file image, and self close this tag, and let's declare here template variable pic, and let's make it hidden. Here let's add button for upload image. Let's say mat raised button, and let's say type button, and let's give class w full width, flex, and item center, gap 2, justify center, mb5, basic green 900, and text white, rounded md, and p2. And here let's add mat icon, and add a photo. Let's go to register component ts. Let's import mat icon module. Let's duplicate this one and add here mat icon module from Angular / material / icon. Save it. Go to component HTML, and let's make a span tag and a text for upload image. Let's save it and go to browser. You can see our here upload image button, and here we have text type password. Let's make it type password. Look, now we have password field, and let's add here toggle password icon. Let's go to component HTML, and after this input field let's add mat icon, and let's add mat suffix, and close mat icon. Let's add here visibility off. You can see now we have button, so let's toggle this one. Here let's add click event, click, let's say toggle password, and let's pass event from here, and go to register component ts, declare this function. Let's say event of type mouse event. Here let's declare signal height, signal, let's say initial value true, and inside toggle password let's say this dot height dot set, and negate this dot height. Let's go to HTML, and here let's cut it, and here let's say height. If height is true, then visibility off, otherwise visibility. For type, let's bind type. If height is true, then let's make it text, otherwise let's make it password. Let's remove this toggle password from input and add inside mat icon. Save it and go to browser. Now we can type text, and we can hide text and show text as well. Now let's work on upload file. Inside this input, let's say click, and on file selected, and let's pass event, and let's declare this function into component ts. Here let's declare on file selected function, and add here event of type. Let's say any for now. Let's get file from event, constant file of type file, and let's say event dot target dot file. Let's get first file from event, and let's say this dot profile image, and let's create object of file reader. file reader dot unload. E goes to, let's initialize profile picture, this dot profile picture, and e dot target dot result is string, add reader dot read is data URL, and let's pass a file, let's console dot log this dot profile picture, and here let's log for testing purpose e dot target dot result. In register component HTML, inside button let's add click event, and let's trigger pick dot click. When we type in this button, this input field will be triggered. So let's save it and go to browser, and let's press Ctrl Shift I for open console. Let's click upload image. We can see here error, failed to execute read as data URL. So let's go to Vscode. If we have file, then only execute this code, save it, go to browser, and let's test again. Let's click this one and select image. We don't see anything here because we have used click event instead of click event. Let's use change event, save it and go to browser. Let's test again, upload image and select this one. We can see now we have image. We can see our image is stretched. Let's go to HTML and let's fix this. Let's make it object cover and save it. Go to browser and test again. Let's click upload and select image. We can see now we have. Let's remove this that raised from button. Let's remove this first, save it and go to browser. Now we have here beautiful upload image button. Now let's add some validation. So for that, let's go to form, and here let's declare template form, user form, let's say ng form, and here for email let's add required attribute and add here email modal, and add here template email modal, add here ng modal, and let's check for if email modal dot errors dot required display mat error, email is required. Let's save it and go to browser. Now we can see email is required. Let's make full name required. Let's say required, and full name modal ng modal. Let's check for if full name dot errors dot check for required error, and let's go to here and copy this error, paste here, and let's change for full name is required. Okay, let's copy this one once again and let's paste here. Let's add here required attribute, add here modal, and add here password and ng modal. Let's check for error dot instead of full name, let's say password and password here. Change instead of full name, let's make it full name model, and let's copy this one, paste here, and change here also, change the password model and paste here, save it, go to browser. We can see here history, so this means this field are required. Let's press register You can see email is required, full name is required. So let's go to component HTML and let's add here ng submit register. Let's disable submit button if form is not valid. Let's go to here and let's say disabled if not user form dot is valid. Let's save it, go to browser. Now this is not clickable. We can see here, we can see this register button is disabled. So let's give style for disable button. So here let's add class disabled. Let's say opacity of 30, save it. Now we can see register button is disabled. Let's enter valid data, email@gmail.com and test 81234. Now button is enabled after form is valid. You can see password field is displaying text by default. So let's go to component TS and let's make false by default. Go to browser. Now we can see our password field is not displaying text. Now let's implement register method and call our backend API. So let's go to auth service. We have already added here register method. So let's call this method in register component TS. So here let's say this dot auth service. So let's go to auth service and let's make HTTP client private. We don't need to access this from outside. So we don't see here HTTP now. So let's access register and pass here data. So let's declare here let form data is equal to new form data and let's append some data into form data dot append. Let's say email this dot email and let's append form data dot append password field and this dot password. Another one is form data dot append full name, this dot full name, and finally let's add form data dot append profile image, this dot profile image. Okay, now let's pass here let's pass form data. Let's subscribe it and next let's inject for displaying toast. Let's declare here mat snack bar. So import mat snack bar from Angular Material slash snack bar. Let's inject snack bar here. Snack bar inject mat snack bar. Let's display toast here. This dot snack bar dot open user register successfully and let's say close and let's handle error goes to let's say error of type HTTP error response which comes from command /HTTP. So let's display snack bar. There is an error. So let's select error dot error as API response of type string and let's display this dot snack bar dot open error dot error and let's add close here and let's handle complete goes to after registration complete. Let's navigate to home page. For this let's inject router. So router inject router and go bottom and here just router navigate to let's say home page slash means our home page. Let's save it, start our backend by let's press Ctrl J and open terminal. Let's click this plus icon. Currently we are in root directory, so navigate to API and let's start application.net was run. Okay, our application is started, so let's reload our application. and let's open console by pressing Ctrl Shift I, and let's add some data, and let's click register. So we can see here 400 byte requests. Let's go to network tab and click here and click response. So we can see here required parameter string username was not provided from form. So here we have forget to send username, so let's add another field. Let's say username. Let's append username, this dot username, and go to register component HTML, and let's add another field. Let's duplicate this one and make it username. Let's make it username, and username model. Let's rename this user model username, and username is required. Username model dot required username. Let's change this username, save it, go to browser. Okay, we have some error here, so let's copy this one and paste here. Save it, go to browser. Now let's open console. Let's fill form test@gmail.com. let's register. Okay, we can see here our API is called 2 times, so let's go to register component HTML. Let's remove this register here. Our user is successfully created. Let's go to Vscode and let's open database. And let's say ChatDB. Let's open Solution Explorer, and inside ChatDB Finite users, let's click this icon. Let's close this one, and we can see test user which is created recently. So let's close it. We can now successfully register new user. Okay, let's implement login. Let's open terminal, Ctrl J, and let's navigate to client project, and let's generate login component ng-gc. That means ng generate component login, and skip test, press enter. Okay, component is generated. Let's open Explorer, and here in client src app, inside app we have login. Let's open app route. Let's close this, and let's add here path for login. Let's add path login and load component, import login component, then x goes to x.login component. Let's open terminal and run application. npm start. Let's control click and go to browser. Let's navigate to login. We can see login org. Let's close this one, and let's close for now, and go to register component HTML. Let's copy this one and go to login component HTML. Let's paste it. Let's go to component and import mat input module, and another things we have mat icon module, and let's import forms module. Rename this to login and declare in component. Go to component, and inside here let's declare this function. For now let's make it empty, and let's remove this image section, and let's declare email, and let's remove this username field and full name field. Let's declare this function. Let's remove dollar and let's add type mouse event. Let's leave empty for now. Go to component HTML. Let's declare this hide signal here. Let's add hide is equal to signal. Let's make it false by default, and let's remove this image upload, and let's make it login. Let's declare password field and email field. Let's say email string and password. Okay, now we have solved all error. Let's go to browser and we can see login form, but let's make it login. So let's say login. Let's add icon I, and let's keep class material icon icons. Let's add person. Save it. Go to browser and take a look. You can see user icon here. So let's make it little big. Let's keep text 5 pixel and take a look. We can see our text blue color, text blue 950, and make it busy white. Let's give margin top 10. Okay, it is good now. So let's implement login functionality. Let's go to auth service and add here login function. Login, let's say email type string and password of type string. Return observable of API response of string. Let's return this.http client dot post of return type API response string, and add here URL, this.base URL slash login. Let's send data, email and password. Let's add 5 and tap our response. Response goes to, let's check if response dot is success. If response is success, then let's set local storage and let's set item. Let's say token, and data will be response dot data, and return response here. Save it. Let's declare variable for store token, private token. Let's say token, and instead of this magic string, let's paste here this dot token and this dot token here. Save it. Go to login component TS. Let's implement this toggle first. Let's say this dot hide dot set. Just negate this dot hide, and let's add event dot stop propagation, and let's implement login here. So let's inject here auth service. Let's say private auth service, inject auth service, and this dot auth service dot login. Let's pass here this dot email, this dot password, and let's subscribe it. Let's add next. Goes to, let's inject mat snack bar. private snack var inject mat snack bar, and display this snack bar dot open. Let's pass message logged in successfully. Let's set close and let's handle error. Let's say error http error response error equal to error dot error is API response of type string. Let's make it error and display this error in snack var. This dot snack var dot open error dot error. Let's close. Let's add here duration 3000 millisecond. Let's handle on complete. Complete goes to after successfully logged in. Let's navigate to this dot router. Let's inject router and this dot router dot navigate to home page. Okay, let's open terminal and start our backend. Click close and go to API.NET was run. Our backend server is started, so let's go to browser and test here login invalid password. So let's test with valid user, test user@gmail.com and add password. So we have successfully logged in, and let's go to application, close it, and let's go to localhost 4200. We can see our token here. This is recently generated token. So we have successfully implemented logged in functionality. Okay, let's fetch our current login user detail. So go to auth service. So control P and let's search for auth service TS, and let's add here me method. Return type observable of API response of type user. Let's create user.ts modal. Go to modal and let's create new file user.ts. Export interface user. Let's declare some property. Here I have id string, profile picture string, photo URL string, full name string, is online boolean, username string, connection ID string, and last message string, unread count number, and is typing boolean. So this is our user interface. So let's close it and let's import control dot import from modal class user. So here let's return this dot http client dot get of type user. Let's pass here base URL and this dot base URL and slash me. Let's see our endpoint, or go to account endpoint, and we have slash me API account slash me. So here is slash me, and let's add 5. Let's tap our response goes to, let's check if response dot is success. Okay, let's make it API response of type user. So let's say response is success. Then let's set local storage. So local storage dot set item user, and let's say comma json dot stringify. Let's say response dot data. Save it and go to login component TS. We have already working on login. Let's call here this dot auth service dot me, and let's subscribe it, save it. So first of all, let's rename this file auth service to auth service. Let's do F2 and let's remove this one and enter, and let's remove this service. We need to make auth service. Let's remove this auth service and remove this service. and let's remove this service here and make it service. Save it, close it, and let's run our application. Well, let's go to API project and .NET was run and click this plus icon and go to client npm start. Let's click this link, control click. Let's go to login and let's open developer tool. Let's go to console. First of all, let's remove this token, right click and delete, and let's click this console and log in our application. Go to browser, open database and find user to login. Click HRDB and open Explorer. We can see here HRDB. Let's click this ASP.NET users and let's test for this email. Okay, we have login successfully. So we can see here 401 unauthorized request. So we can see in API/account/me endpoint. So we need to send here authorization header. For this we can use interceptor, but for this course I am going to use here just authentication header. We can send authorization header from here. Let's say headers, and here let's say authorization. This is the key of header, and let's say value bearer local storage dot get item. Just take token from here. Okay, let's make a reusable get access token method here. Let's say get access token, return type of string or null, return local storage dot get item, this the token. If you don't have token, then just return empty string. Let's make it get method, and instead of calling here, just say this dot get access token. Go to browser and let's test again. So let's click this one. We have already logged in, so let's go to application and let's clear this token for now. Let's refresh it again, go to login and let's login for test user at gmail.com and let's enter password here, login. You can see we have successfully logged in, token and user detail. So we have one more problem here. We have already logged in, but if we try to access login, so we are navigating to login. So how to prevent this? For this we need to make, so let's implement guard. So go to Vscode and let's go to Auth service first, and let's declare method that return is user currently logged in. So let's say is logged in, and return type, this will return boolean, and return local storage dot get item. Let's say negate this result. This retrieve the value associated with the key, this the token. This means here we have token from the browser local storage. If the key does not exist or the value is null, the method will return null. And let's create guard. So go to terminal, Ctrl J, and let's click this plus icon. Go to client and let's generate guard ng guard. Inside guards, let's say login guard and skip test, enter. Let's select can activate, so let's press space and enter. Our login guard is created inside guards. Here we can see login guard and let's implement our logic here. Let's check if inject auth service dot is logged in. If user is logged in, then user is currently logged in, so let's return false, otherwise let's return true. So let's go to app route and add here can activate and add here guard, login guard. Save it. Let's copy this one and paste it here. Save it. Go to browser and let's just try to go to login. We can see we immediately navigate to home page, and let's try for register. So this also redirected to home. Okay, first of all let's create chat component. Go to terminal by pressing Ctrl J and just navigate to client project, and inside client let's generate component nggc chat and skip test. We don't need test there, so let's press enter. Okay, our chat component is created. Now let's go to AppRoute.ts and register route. Here just add another route object path. Let's say chat and component chat component. Let's save it and let's run our application. npm start. And let's click this link. Let's go to /chat. You can see chat work here without login. Now we are able to navigate to chat, but we need to restrict user to navigate to chat without login. So let's implement auth guard. So go to Vscode and let's open terminal. Let's kill our terminal for now. Ctrl C and let's generate guard ng generate guard. Inside guard let's say auth guard and skip test. Let's press space and enter. We can see now we have generated our auth guard. Let's implement this now. Here let's check if inject auth service dot is logged in, then let's return true. Let's remove this one, return true, otherwise inject router and navigate to /login and return false here. Save it. Go to AppRoute.ts and add here can activate and let's add auth guard. Save it. Let's run our application once again. npm start and let's open our backend application. Let's press this plus icon. Let's create new terminal. Let's go to API and start our application. .NET was run. Okay, let's go to browser Okay, we are unable to navigate chat page without login. So let's try it once again. Let's say chat. Oh, we can see we are immediately navigate to login. So let's try with login. Let's login. So let's navigate to chat. Now we can navigate to chat page. Let's create wildcard route. So go to AppRTC and at the end let's add object path asterisk double asterisk wildcard redirected to chat. So path match full. So this path asterisk match any path that hasn't been defined in routes. So in redirect the user to the chat route. So here path match full. Ensure the entire URL is matched before redirecting. So this double asterisk catch all route matching any URL that doesn't match existing. So let's run our application and try. Let's open terminal and let's navigate to client and npm start. Just click this link and by default our home page is chat page. Let's remove this one and enter. We can see we immediately navigate to chat. So if we enter here like say home, we navigate to chat because we don't define home route yet. So now our main page is chat page. Okay, first of all let's create chat component. Go to terminal by pressing Ctrl J and let's navigate to client project, and inside client let's generate component nggc chat and skip test. We don't need test there, so let's press enter. Okay, our chat component is created. Now let's go to AppRoute.ts and register route. Here just add another route object path, let's say chat, and component chat component. Let's save it and let's run our application. npm start. And let's click this link. Let's go to /chat. You can see chat work here without login. Now we are able to navigate to chat, but we need to restrict user to navigate to chat without login. So let's implement auth card. So go to Vscode and let's open terminal. Let's kill our terminal for now. Ctrl C and let's generate card. Ng generate card. Inside card, let's say auth card and skip test. Let's press space and enter. We can see now we have generated our auth card. Let's implement this now. Here let's check if inject auth service dot is logged in, then let's return true. Let's remove this one, return true, otherwise inject router and navigate to /login and return false here. Save it, go to AppRTC and add here, can activate, and let's add auth card. Save it. Let's run our application once again. npm start and let's open our backend application. Let's press this plus icon. Let's create new terminal. Let's go to API and start our application. .NET was run. Okay, let's go to browser. Okay, we are unable to navigate chat page without login, so let's try it once again. Let's say chat. Oh, we can see we are immediately navigate to login, so let's try with login. Let's login. So let's navigate to chat. Now we can navigate to chat page. Let's create wildcard route. So go to AppRTC and at the end let's add object path match path strict double stick wildcard redirected to chat. So path match full. So this path strict match any path that hasn't been defined in routes. So in redirect the user to the chat route. So here path match full. Ensure the entire URL is matched before redirecting. So this double asterisk catch all route matching any URL that doesn't match existing. So let's run our application and try. Let's open terminal and let's navigate to client and npm start. Just click this link and by default our home page is chat page. Let's remove this one and enter. We can see we immediately navigate to chat. So if we enter here like say home, we navigate to chat because we don't define home route yet. So now our main page is chat page. Okay, let's design sidebar of our chat application. So let's open Vscode and let's close this one. First of all, let's create component. Let's collapse this sidebar and let's go to client project. Let's create some component first. Nggc set sidebar skip test and inline style. Let's create this component inside component folder. Let's press enter. Let's open sidebar. Inside src, inside app, inside component, we can see that sidebar component without css file. Let's create another component, nggc component. Inside component, let's create that window component. Skip test, we don't need skip this course. And inline style, press enter. Our chat window component is ready. So let's open chat sidebar and chat sidebar component HTML. Here let's design our chat sidebar. Let's remove this paragraph. Let's add div of class p4 padding 4. Inside this, let's add another div of class flex, item center, justify center, item center, and then justify between, bg height, z index 10, sticky top, sticky, and let's keep top of 0, p1, and double full. Inside this div, let's create another div with class flex. Let's make it item center. Let's add image here. Let's add image here, and class s10 w10 rounded full, border gray 100, border gray 100, border 2, border width 2, object cover, and let's add src random user me. Let's save it. Let's run our application. npm start. We can see chat work. Let's go to chat window component html. Let's add here div of class relative w full. Let's add color hash dfe 7f1 and is full. Inside this div, let's add another div. Let's give class chat header and let's make it flex, justify between, item center, border b, border bottom, and w full, bg height, p4. Let's add another div, and here let's print username span of class font bold leading normal. Okay, and let's print here name. Let's add here div of class flex rounded 3xl is full, justify center. Let's say justify between. Inside this div, let's add app chat sidebar and keep class bg white, border right, and width of w1/2, and let's self close this tag. And here let's add another div class w full. Inside this div, let's add app chat window, and let's add here another div and keep class bg gray 50, border left w1/2. Save it. Save this one. and let's go to browser. Okay, here let's remove this one and let's add for now div of class flex and flex column item center. Let's make justify center and height full and add here image src. Let's say chat open.spg. Let's remove this one, self close tag, save it. We don't see picture here. Let's go to ondraw.co and let's search for here. Let's search for typing and click this one, download spg for your project, and let's save here and name this chat open. Save it, this open folder. Let's drag this in public folder. Let's drag this one and drop here. Let's save it, go to browser. We can see now we have this image. So let's add sidebar. Let's close this one and close all by pressing Ctrl W and Ctrl B, and let's open chat sidebar component HTML. Open this website by pressing Ctrl click. Let's remove this portrait and here let's right click this one and open in new tab. Let's copy this image and let's paste here. Save it, go to browser. Now we can see our photo. Close this tab and let's add here div, another div. Let's give class font medium ml2, margin left 2, text gray 500. Let's adjust zone DOI. Let's save it, go to browser. Now we can see here name. Okay, now let's add here button here. After this div, let's add another div enter. Let's give of class. Let's add button. Let's add matte icon button. Let's add here matte menu trigger for, let's say, menu. Inside this button, let's add here matte icon and more underscore part. Let's go to component TS and import here matte icon model and matte menu model. Let's import here matte menu model. Let's save it, go to component HTML and here let's add matte menu. Let's add here temporary variable menu and let's add matte menu here. Let's add button. Let's matte menu item. Let's add here matte icon. Let's say logout and add here this label span logout. Save it, go to browser. So let's save it. Let's click this menu. We can see logout button here. Okay, let's add here list of user Let's go to here and add source. Let's add div here and give class. Let's give class relative flex empty4 item center gap 2 justify between. Inside this div, let's add input placeholder source and type text. Let's add class busy slate 100 border 1 focus ring 1 focus ring slate 100 focus outline none w full mb3 border slate 50 padding 1 padding left 10 and text slate 500 font normal. Let's self close this tag, save it, go to browser. You can see source here. Let's make it px3. Let's make it rounded md, save it. We can see little rounded corner. Let's add here mat icon of class of root text gray 400. Let's make it 400 and left 2 top 1 pr3. Let's close it and let's add source, save it, go to browser. Now we can see source icon here. Now let's render list of user here. Let's add here another div. Let's add class py1 overflow y auto. Let's add a scroll smooth. Let's add another div here. Let's add class item center gap 2 and py2. Close it. Let's add image here and src. Let's copy this one for now and paste it. Let's make it 12. Let's add class s10 w10 and rounded full, save it. Let's open here one div and div class, and inside this div let's add span of class text base text gray 500. Let's say 600 and font normal. Let's add here full name. For now just say John Doe, and here let's add paragraph tag and give class text access and text slate 400. Let's say 3 new messages and save it, go to browser. We can see here one user. Let's iterate this user 10 times. Let's add here, let's cut it, Ctrl X. Let's look for item of, let's declare array 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 and track by item. Let's paste here. Let's save it, go to browser. You can see 10 times John Doe. Let's make it some add here, let's add here item, let's save it, go to browser, we can see different user images. Okay, now we have beautiful looking sidebar. Okay, first of all let's implement logout functionality. So let's run our application, Ctrl J, and let's navigate to client project and npm start, and let's click plus icon for open another terminal. Okay, let's navigate to API project and .NET watch run. Okay, let's open our client project, let's click this link. Okay, our application is opened. Now we have a logout button here but is not working now, so let's open developer tool by pressing Ctrl Shift I and go to application. For now let's remove this token and this user also, so remove it, and let's refresh our application, Ctrl R. We are now in logout state, so let's log in again, login. Now we have successfully logged in, so we can see our token and user is set in local storage successfully. Let's close this one. Now let's implement this logout button. So go to sidebar, so let's search sidebar by pressing Ctrl P, and let's say chat sidebar component HTML, or you can type CSC. We can search by shortcut. Let's click this one, and here let's add here click event, and let's say logout. Let's copy this one and go to component. Here let's implement logout functionality here. Let's paste it, and here let's inject first of all auth service, inject, let's say auth service. Here this dot auth service dot logout. We don't have logout functionality in auth service, so here let's press Ctrl dot and declare method, save it, go to auth service. Here we can see logout. Let's cut from here and let's go to bottom and paste it here. Okay, let's implement logout functionality in service. Let's remove token and user from local storage. So local storage dot remove item, this dot access token. Let's go to top and we have this token here, token variable. So let's pass here this dot token, and here local storage dot remove item user. Save it, and let's save this one also. Go to browser and let's click this dot and let's log out. So we have successfully removed our local storage data, token and user, but we still are here in chat. So after successfully log out, let's navigate to home page. Let's go to chat sidebar component TS, and here let's inject router, inject router from Angular / router. Okay, and here after successful logout, let's navigate to login page. This dot router dot navigate, let's pass here login and save it. Go to browser. So let's log in again. And now let's test logout functionality. Let's click logout. We can redirect to login page after successfully logout. So we have implemented logout functionality. Okay, let's display current login user detail. So go to chat sidebar component HTML. Here let's display current login user detail. So go to Auth service TS, and here at the end let's add method, get method, which return current login user detail. So current logged in user, and let's give type of user or null inside this method. Let's add here constant user of type user. Let's parse json.parse let's pass here local storage.get item, and we have user here. Let's return here user, save it, go to chat sidebar component, and here let's display current logged in user detail, auth service dot current login user. This can be null. Let's make it full name. Let's make it title case. Let's go to component and import title case pipe from Angular/common. Let's make it small c. Display image here, src, and auth service dot current login user dot profile picture. Save it. Let's run application. cd client npm start. Let's open backend project. Let's clear terminal by pressing Ctrl L and navigate to API project. .NET was run. Let's open browser, Ctrl click. So let's log in our application. Let's click login. Okay, now we don't have picture here. Let's see. Let's open Chrome developer tool, right click and inspect, and we have here user, and profile image is null for this user. So here let's check if profile image is null, then let's render. If we don't have user profile picture, then let's add here URL. Let's go to random user.me and let's add for now this image. Copy image address, close it, and here let's paste here. You can see our default image, this one. Now we have profile image and profile name. Let's log out and log in from another user12@gmail.com, test123, user not found. Let's add register page link here. Let's go to login component HTML, and at the end let's add here paragraph tag. Let's give class font bold, text XS, text center. Inside this paragraph tag, let's add here don't have an account. Let's give anchor tag class text blue 500 router link /register here. Let's go to component and import. Here let's import router link. Save it, go to component and save this one. Let's go to browser and take a look. We have text here, but let's keep padding. Bottom pv10. Okay, let's click this link. We have register link, so let's add here text for this one. Go to register component HTML, and here at the end again let's go to login component HTML and copy this text and paste here. Already have an account. Let's keep login link here and go to component ts and import here router link. Save it, go to browser. Now we can see link here. Let's rename this register to login. Let's add here login. Go to browser. We can see now we have login link. Let's click login. We can navigate to register. Okay, we still don't see profile image. Let's open developer tool. Let's see in user we have profile image, but we have render here profile picture. So let's go to user.ts and let's go to user.ts interface and let's add another property. Let's duplicate this one and profile image. Save it, go to chat sidebar component HTML and let's render here profile image. Let's save it. Now we can see our actual profile image here. Okay, let's fetch this user from database. First of all, let's install SignalR. Let's open terminal by pressing Ctrl J. Let's kill our terminal, Ctrl C, and let's install SignalR at Microsoft. Okay, SignalR is installed. Now let's create chat service. Let's generate service nggs services. Inside services let's add chat service. Let's give test, press enter. Okay, chat service is ready. Let's go to src. Inside src app and then services, let's open chat service, and here let's implement connection logic here. For now let's remove this constructor. Let's define online users. Let's define of type signal, let's say user array, and let's initialize for empty array for now. Control dot and import from modal/users. Let's define here, let's inject auth service first. Private auth service, inject auth service, and let's define hub URL for now. Private hub URL, let's say http localhost 5000 and hubs chat. Okay, let's implement start connection logic. Let's define function start connection. It take token string and sender ID, which is optional, which is of type string, let's define private field of connection, private of connection of type of connection. Let's make it optional. Let's import hub connection at Microsoft/SignalR inside this start connection. Now let's start hub connection equal to new hub connection build dot with URL. Let's add here $this dot hub URL question mark sender ID. Let's say sender ID. Otherwise let's define null. Here let's pass access token factory equals to token, and let's add here with automatic reconnect dot build, and let's start connection here. This dot hub connection dot start dot, then let's pass empty arrow function and just log console dot log connection started, and catch error console.log connection or login error and log exact error here. Now let's fetch online user from SignalR. Let's say this dot hub connection dot on online users. Okay, let's pass here arrow function. Let's add here user of type user array, just log for console log users user here, and this dot online user dot, let's update our signal user dot filter. Let's filter first user dot username does not equal to this dot auth service dot current login user dot username. Let's remove this bracket. So this online user which is comes from here chat hub, let's search for here. We can see online users, so we have implemented here online user get all users. So this is the logic of our backend. Let's go to chat sidebar component HTML and render users. Let's remove this array and let's say first of all let's inject chat service here. Chat service, inject chat service, save it, go to component HTML and chat service dot online users, and here let's add here dynamic src and let's render use item dot, let's say user and user dot profile picture. Let's add here name, user dot full name, make it title case, and here let's add user dot on read count, user dot on read count plus new message. Let's check if user dot is online. If user is online, then let's render div of class ml auto, font medium, text xs, and let's add here another div. Let's add class pg green 700 and w2 s2 rounded full, otherwise else. Let's add here let's copy this one and paste here bg green 100. Let's save it. Let's run our application. npm start. Our backend is running, so let's go to child sidebar component ts and let's initialize start connection. Here let's implement on init, let's press Ctrl dot and implement interface on init. Let's code it and let's paste here. Let's call this dot chat service dot start connection and let's pass here this dot auth service dot get access token. Let's save it and go to browser. Now we can see our user. We don't see here full name. Let's open developer tool, more tool and developer tool. Let's refresh once again. We can see connection is started, and here we have full name. We have here typo mistake, so let's make it full name. So let's open our backend project. API inside DTO. Let's open online user DTO. Let's make it F. Let's make it U small. Save it and let's restart our backend project. Let's press Ctrl C and .NET was run, and we have error here. Let's click this file and let's make it small u. Save it. We have error in another file. Let's open this one and let's make it small u. Save it. We have his users. Let's make it hoverable. Let's go to chat sidebar component HTML, and here let's add some classes. Let's add for hover bg slate 200 and make it cursor pointer hover rounded md. Let's give some border gray 100 and pi. Let's add px3. Save it. Go to browser. Now we can see hover effect. Let's add here border. Let's add here border b and make it bg white. Save it. You can see now we have beautiful sidebar. Let's add padding for this image. Let's go to chat window component HTML and add here p4. Save it. We can see now we have little space here. Okay, let's test online user. So let's copy this link and open browser infra by pressing Ctrl+Shift+N and paste here. Let's log in our application from another user. Let's log in our application. We don't see here active status, so let's open developer tool, Ctrl+Shift+I, and we can see here authentication issue 401 on the tile request. So let's go to program and check our authentication. So let's open program.cs. Okay, this is our JWT bearer event and access token. Look, we have here type of error, so let's make it hops. Save it and let's restart our application. Ctrl+C and .NET was run. Let's go to browser and refresh here. You can see now user is active, so let's log out. We still see here status online, so after logout let's disconnect our connection. So let's go to chat service and disconnect connection. Okay, let's check if this dot hop connection dot state equal to hop connected state. Let's make it string equal to and dot connected. Then let's stop connection, this dot hop connection dot stop, and let's catch it. Console.log. Let's go to chat sidebar component TS and here let's disconnect this dot chat service dot disconnect connection. Save it, go to browser and take a look and let's log in. We can see active status. Let's log out and status changed to inactive. Let's log in again. Let's log in. We can see right here. So let's log out once again. Log out. Okay, let's implement this chat right sidebar section. Display detail of current open chat user detail. Let's open terminal and create component in nggc components right sidebar. This is that right sidebar and skip test inline style. Enter. Let's open Explorer and inside client src app and component we can see chat right sidebar. So let's open service and implement current open chat. Let's say current open chat signal user or null. Initial state empty object is user and go to chat right sidebar component HTML. Let's add div and give class p3 class flex cool text center item center empty3 and let's render image with class rounded full mb4 w44 s44 object cover and src. Let's inject chat service here chat service inject chat service. Here let's add chat service dot current open chat dot profile picture. Alt profile picture, set close, and let's add another div here. Let's give class ml3 and let's add paragraph tag with class text lg font semi-bold. Okay, here let's render name of current open chat user chat service dot current open chat dot full name, make it title case, go to component ts and import title case 5, save it, and let's add here another paragraph tag, give class of text sm text gray 500, and let's render here chat service dot current open chat dot username, save it. Let's go to chat component html and here let's render app chat right sidebar, save it. Let's go to chat sidebar component and check for got it and check if chat service dot current open chat, then render it, save it, and let's run our application. And backend.net was run, open. Okay, let's first of all log out our application and log in again. We can see here profile picture or tab. Let's go to chat service and let's pass here null. Let's save it and go to browser. We can see empty right sidebar right now. So let's implement this click event for user in chat left sidebar. Let's close all by pressing Ctrl W and open chat sidebar component HTML, and we need to here click event, and let's go to component and declare one method chat window, and let's add here, let's accept user of type user, and this dot chat service dot current open chat dot set user, save it, and let's call open chat window and pass here user, save it, and go to browser. Let's take a look. Let's click this one. We can see here and test user, test1 to user. So we have implemented click event here. Now let's implement this chat window, this message box. Let's close this one and open chat window. Here let's cut it and let's check if chat service, let's inject chat service here, chat service inject chat service, save it, go to component HTML, chat service dot current open chat. If it has value, then we can print chat window and render chat window, otherwise else. Let's paste it, save it. Let's go to browser. We can See, we don't have open chat, so let's print here something. Let's chat opened. Go to browser, let's click this one. We don't see these images. Let's design our chat window here. Let's add div of class relative wfull bg. Let's add here dfe7f1 as full. Inside this div, let's add another div. Let's give class chat header and just flex, justify center, justify between, item center, border b, wfull bg white v4. Inside this div, let's add another div and span. Let's give class font bold, leading normal, and let's render here chat service dot current open chat dot full name, make it title case. Let's go to component and import title case pipe. Let's break, let's add vr and add span. Let's add class of text green 400, text sm font bold. Let's print here chat service dot, let's say status method inside chat service. Let's pass here chat service dot current open chat dot username. Let's control click here and declare method status. Let's click this status and let's copy this one at the end. Let's paste here. Let's say username here of type string. This will return string const current chat user, this dot current open chat. If not current chat user, then return offline. Otherwise, let's check for constant online user, this dot online users dot find. Let's say user goes to user dot username. This return here online user dot is typing. Let's say typing 1 2 3 dot, and otherwise this dot is user online. Let's check for, and let's create this method here. Let's select online user, this dot online users dot find user goes to user dot username, this dot, let's make it string equal to this dot current open chat dot username. Let's return here online user dot is online. Let's make it online. Otherwise, this dot current open chat dot username. Let's make it a string. Save it. Go to component HTML and add here exclamation. Save it. Go to browser. Let's click this one. Now we can see name and username. Let's go to here, and after this div, let's add another div let's add class. Let's add mat icon. Give class cursor pointer, hover text rate 500, and let's pass here video call, and let's go to component TS and import mat icon module. Save it, go to component HTML, let's save it, open browser, click this one. You can see video icon is here. Let's move it up and let's save it. Click here, we can see here video icon. Let's add here div test, and let's add another div here and add class absolute flex item center bottom 0 border T W full PG white P4, and inside here let's add input type text. Let's input event ng modal message. Let's give class W full VG grade 200 focus outline none, text grade 900, border rounded full px6 p2. Let's add here placeholder type message, let's self close, and let's go to component TS and import forms module, message of type string, and initialize null. Let's go to browser, save it and go to browser. We can see here input field. Let's add button here, mat icon, click event, send message, class ml5, cursor pointer, hover text blue 900, and let's say send. Save it, go to component TS and add here send message method. Save it, go to browser, let's click here. We can see message box with send. Okay, let's render that message. So first of all, let's go to Vscode and inside Modal let's add message.ts, and let's declare interface here, interface export interface message, and here let's give ID of number, sender ID, string or null, receiver ID, string or null, content, string or null, created date, string and is read boolean. And let's create another component. Let's click plus icon and go to client project, and let's generate component. Inside component, let's generate sandbox, skip test, and inline style. Okay, sandbox is created. Let's go to chat service, and here let's add, first of all let's declare here chat messages. Let's make it small e, and initialize with signal message list, and here let's make it empty array, control dot, and import modal. Okay, let's go to bottom, and here let's add this dot hop connection dot on receive message list. Let's add here message, and let's say this dot set message dot update message goes to, let's say, message, and messages, make it s, and messages. Let's create loading flag. Is loading signal boolean. Let's say true for let's update this dot is loading dot update false. Okay, let's open chatbox HTML and go to component, inject chat service. Let's go to chatbox component HTML, remove this one and add div. Let's add of class flex chatbox cost py2 border 20 pixel, border transparent, flex cool, inside div let's add another div of class s100. Let's check if chat service dot chat messages chat message dot length is greater than 5. Then let's add div of class text center py1 sticky top 0 w full. Inside this div let's add bottom class text gray 500, and text xs shadow px5 py2 rounded full bg gray 200, hover text gray 700, focus outline none. Let's add inside button. Let's check if chat service dot is loading. Then let's enter div of class flex item center gap 2. Let's add here mat spinner, and let's add diameter 20, and let's go to component and import. Let's import mat progress spinner. Let's import mat progress spinner from Angular slash material slash progress spinner bar spinner progress spinner. Let's add here stroke width 3, and let's say here let's add loading, otherwise else load more. Let's go to chat window component HTML and let's remove this text and add app chat box. Set close this. Let's close all. Let's iterate chat message for item of chat services dot chat message track by item dot id, and let's check here if item dot sender id is not equal to auth service. Let's inject auth service inject auth service dot current logged in user dot id. Then let's render here div and give class flex mb3 flex row item center justify start. Inside this div let's add another div and give class flex item center justify center s10 w10 rounded full, and let's say bg gradient to r from green 400 to blue 500, and let's say flex shrink 0. Inside this div let's add image img and let's bind src chat service dot current open chat dot profile picture. In alt let's add alt chat service dot current open chat dot full name, and let's give class rounded full h8 w8. Let's self close this tag. After this div let's add another div class chat message bg height p4 rounded lg ml2 shadow sm. Let's add here span and give class text sm text gray 800 and block. Let's render here item dot content and let's add another span here and give class text right text gray 400 text 10 pixel and block empty1. Let's render here item dot created date. Let's add date 5 insert Let's go to component ts and import here date 5. Let's add else here and let's add here div and give class flex row item center justify int empty mb3. Let's add another div and give class chat message bgblue 600 p4 rounded lg mr2 shadow sm text white. Let's add here span and give class text sm and block. Add here item.content. Let's add another. Let's copy this one and paste here. Let's make it 200 and text xs. And here after this chat message, let's add another div. Give class flex item center justify center is 10 w10 and rounded full bg gradient to r from blue 500 to purple 500 flex ring 0. And let's copy this image from here and paste it here. Add here empty block and let's render div class flex cool item center justify center is full. Let's copy this from here and paste here. And let's check if chat service dot is loading, then render head mat spinner diameter 40 stroke width 3 Let's in else block let's add mat icon class text gray 400 chat icon. Let's say chat, go to component and import icon module. Let's import mat icon module. Let's add here s6 tag and give class text center text gray 500 and just display message here, no message 8. Save it. Okay, let's open chat service and here we have received message list. Let's copy this one and go to chat hub cs and let's go to load message. Inside this let's fix this typo, receive message list, save it and let's go to chat service and let's create load message method. Here let's add load messages method, page number of type number. Here let's say this dot hop connection dot invoke. Let's invoke load messages. Let's go to chat hub cs and we have, let's search for load messages, this one. So let's copy this one and paste here. This dot current open chat dot id. Let's pass page number here. Dot then dot cache, and finally let's update our loading state. Is loading dot update false. Save it and let's go to chat sidebar component ts and here let's call this dot chat service dot load messages. Let's pass one here for now. Save it. Let's run our application. cd client npm start cd api .NET was run. Let's open our application. Let's log out and log in. Let's open this one. We see no message yet. Okay, let's insert message manually for now. Open database, Ctrl Shift P and open database. Let's select ChatDB. Let's open Explorer and SQLite Explorer and let's expand ChatDB. Let's click this icon. So our messages table is currently empty. So let's insert message. So first of all, let's click this ASP.NET users and let's copy this ID for sender, and here let's right click and new query insert and let's say 1 and sender ID. Let's go to SQLite and copy another receiver ID. Let's copy this one and paste here, comma, say content test content and created date to 025/222 and let's make it true. Let's select, right click and run selected query. Let's click these messages and now we can see one message test content. So let's go to browser and test our application. Let's click this one. We have no message yet, so let's click this test one to user. We can see test user here, so we can see test content. So this is sender and let's add another data. Let's rename this one. Let's swap this for receiver and let's cut it, paste here. Let's say 2. Let's right click and run selected query. Now let's click this message. We have 2 messages, so let's reload this one and now we can see test content and test content. So here let's set current login user image. Let's remove this one. Let's close this one for now, and this one let's go to chatbox component ts, chatbox component html. Let's remove this one. Auth service dot current logged in user dot profile image, profile picture, and here remove this one and add auth service dot current login user dot full name. Save it, go to browser and let's click this one. We don't have current user profile pictures. Let's let's implement send message functionality in our chat application. Let's open Explorer and let's go to chat window component. We have send message function here, and we have in chat window component HTML we have send message called here. So let's click this one. Let's implement send messages in chat service TS, and let's collapse this one, and here let's declare send message function, send message, which is a message of type string. Let's call here this dot chat messages dot update. Let's update our message first. Here messages goes to dot message, and let's append new message here, content message, and sender id this dot auth service dot current login user dot id, and another one we have receiver id this dot current open chat dot id, and another property we have created date. Let's say new date dot toString, and let's say is read by default false, and let's say id 0, and here let's say this dot hop connection dot invoke. Let's invoke our backend SignalR function, send message. Let's go to chat hub. We can see here, let's collapse this one and this one. Here we have send message function. We have send message method which accept here id, sender id, receiver id, content is read, and created date. So we need to invoke this function here. Let's pass here receiver id this dot current open chat dot id, message, and content. Okay, let's call this one. Then for now let's log this message in console, clg message. Let's say message send to, let's rename this one id, and let's catch error goes to, let's log this one in console, save it, and go to chat window component ts here, and let's implement send message functionality. Okay, first of all let's check if we don't have message, then return immediately, otherwise this dot chat service dot send message this dot message, and after successfully send, let's make this dot message invoke receive new message. So let's go to chat service, and inside start connection, after this receive message list, here let's call this dot hop connection dot on receive new message of type message goes to, let's modify document title dot title, let's say on new message just for demonstration, and let's update messages this dot chat messages dot update, let's say messages goes to, let's spread our messages and add new message here. Let's open our application. Let's click this one, let's say hi, and let's press send. We can see hi message here. Now let's open browser in private mode and log in another user, test user 12, and password. Let's click this user, let's send message, let's press send, and we can see hi here. Let's beautify this chat window. Let's go to chat box component ts, and here let's say dot chat box scroll behavior smooth, overflow hidden. Let's say padding 10 pixel, give background color F5, 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 and let's say box shadow 0, 0, 10 pixel, and RGBA, 0, 0, 0.1, and let's give height 70 vs. Let's say border radius 5 pixel, and overflow y, let's say scroll. Save it, go to browser, let's open this user. We can see here scrollable chat box. Let's make this scroll slim. Here let's say chat box WebKit with 5 pixel and transition with 0.3 second, and let's say chat box, let's give dot class selector. Let's display this scroll bar on hover. Chat box, let's add here WebKit scroll bar and add here hover, and give style here with 5 pixel, and let's give style for chat box track WebKit scroll bar track, and let's give background color transparent, and border radius pixel. Let's give style for thumb chat box WebKit thumb. Let's copy this one, make it thumb. Let's give style here background gray, border radius 10 pixel, and let's make set icon with 40 pixel and height 40 pixel, font size 48 pixel. Go to chat box HTML. You can see a chat box, and let's search for chat icon. We can see chat icon here, and we have here mistake. Let's remove this comma and add semicolon, and we have mistake here, flex detection column, and let's copy this one, paste here, and let's add hover here, and hover, let's say background has 555, and let's add here hover. Save it, go to browser and refresh it. You can see now by default our thumb is hidden. Let's display real-time notification when user logged in. So let's go to chat service, and up here let's call this dot hop connection dot on notify. Let's go to chat hub, and in onConnect method we have here we have notify method. So let's call this function from client. So here notify, and user of type user goes to, let's request for permission, notification dot request permission, and then let's say result here. If permission exists, then let's display new notification active now, and let's pass an object body user dot full name loss. Let's concat is online now, and icon user dot For file picture, here let's check if result equal to granted, then just render new notification. Add here emoji icon and save it. Let's go to browser and let's check. Let's click this icon, and if your permission is disabled, let's enable this one and refresh it. Let's open browser in private mode and login from another user. Beautiful, we have here active now real-time notification. Now let's display typing indicator when user typing message. So let's go to chat hub. So here we can see notifying typing. Inside here we have method notify typing to user. So let's implement this one. Let's go to chat service, and after this one let's say this dot hub connection dot on notify typing to user. So here we have notify typing to user. So let's invoke here and let's pass here sender username goes to, let's update our online user here, this dot online users dot update users. Let's say users dot map single user goes to if user dot username equal to sender username. Let's make it stick equal to user dot is online equal to true, and let's return here user. We don't need this bracket here, let's remove it. Set timeout, let's pass function. Let's update user, this dot online users dot update users, and add here users dot map. Let's pass single user here. If user dot username is strictly equal to use sender username. So let's copy it and move here. Let's say sender username. Let's say user dot is typing is called false. We have mistake here, let's make it is typing and return user. Let's pass here delay 2000 millisecond. Let's generate typing indicator component. Let's click this plus icon and let's navigate to client project and generate component nggc. Inside components, let's say typing indicator, skip test, inline style. Let's make it inline and inline template. Let's go to component. Here we can see typing indicator. So let's design this indicator. Let's add here div and give class flex item center space x2. Inside this div let's add span. Let's give class block text sm text gray 600. Let's say typing dot dot dot. After this let's add here div. Let's copy this div and paste here. Let's close this div. Let's make it space x. Let's remove this item center and space x 1.5, and let's add another div class w5 pixel and h 5 pixel let's say bg gray 400 rounded full animate false. Okay, let's duplicate this one, copy, paste, let's make it 600 and let's make 800. Let's save it. Let's go to chat sidebar component HTML. Here and here let's add check if user.isTyping, then let's display app typing indicator. Let's close it, save it and go to chat sidebar component ts and import typing indicator component. When user typing message, let's call this notify typing when user typing message. So let's go to chat service and here let's implement method notify typing and let's say this dot hop connection dot invoke notify typing, this dot current open chat dot username dot then let's pass here x and log this in console.log notify for x and let's catch error goes to just log error. And let's go to chat window component HTML. Here let's bind input property chat service dot notify typing and add keydown.enter event and send message. Let's save it. Let's run our application. Let's navigate to client npm start. Login user and open application in private window and login from another user. Let's open chat and here let's try to type here. Perfect, we have typing indicator here. Let's type here. Perfect, we have typing indicator here. Hello guys, welcome back. In this tutorial we are going to fetch message history. So let's go to chat box component ts. Let's add function load more message and let's declare first of all private page number. Let's assign 2 by default and here inside load more message let's say this dot page number. Let's increment page number by 1 and let's call this dot chat service dot load more messages and let's pass here page number and let's go to chat box component HTML and here let's bind click event load more message. Okay, let's log in our application and let's go to this test user. Let's click this one. Now we have here okay. Let's click load more. We can see hi and old message fetched here. Let's make is loading true when we click load more button. So let's go to chat service.ts and here let's make this dot is loading dot update. Let's make it true and let's go to load message and here let's make this dot is loading dot update. Let's make it true, save it, go to browser, click this one. Now we can see here loading indicator, so beautiful. Now let's make a smooth scroll when load more button. Go to chat box component HTML and here let's add here template reference variable chat box. Go to chat box component ts and here let's add here view child chat box and add here read element ref public chat box of type element ref. Let's make it capital V and let's go to chat service and here enabled equal to signal of type boolean, and let's pass by default true, and go to chat box component ts, and here let's implement here after view checked. Let's implement it, control dot and enter. Let's cut it from here and paste here. Let's check if this dot chat service dot auto scroll enabled. Then let's define one function. Define here function. Let's say scroll bottom to bottom. This dot chat service dot auto scroll enabled dot set true, and here this dot chat box dot native element dot scroll to. Let's pass here object top this dot chat box dot native element dot scroll height, and let's add here behavior smooth. Let's call this function here this dot scroll bottom. Let's save it, go to browser. Now let's click this user. Let's go to browser. Now let's click this test user. Beautiful. Now we can see here called end. So let's implement another function. When we click load more, let's scroll top. So let's go to chat box component ts, and here let's define function. Let's copy this one for now, paste here. Let's make it false, give this 0 for top, and let's call scroll top here this dot scroll top. Save it, go to browser and test here. Let's click load more. Beautiful. Now we can see here scroll top. For simulating delay, we can use here some delay chathub.cs. Here we can see 1000 milliseconds. So for now let's remove this one. Let's send message here hi. Don't see here message in our screen, but we have message here in at the end here. So let's implement this scroll bottom when send message. So let's go to chat window component ts. Here let's add view child, give name chat box, and let's say chat container which type is element ref. So let's add here private method scroll bottom. Let's say if we have this dot chat container, then this dot chat container dot native element dot scroll top equal to, let's say this dot chat container dot native element dot scroll height. Save it, and let's call this one here this dot scroll bottom. Save it, go to browser. Let's click this one. By default we can see scroll down. So let's go to up and send here message. Let's send message hello. So let's click this one, we can see here message. So guys, welcome back. In this video we are going to implement mobile responsive design. So let's look our current application. Let's right click here and inspect. Let's click this device. Currently we have this messy application. Let's go to chat component html and let's duplicate this one, and here let's remove this width and let's add class md hidden, and add here hidden and md block. Let's add here hidden and let's add md. Let's save it and go to browser. Now let's make it horizontal list of user. So let's go to chat sidebar component html. Let's add here div and give class with 12, w12, s12 and height 12. Let's say rounded full object cover overflow hidden, and let's move it up inside div. Let's remove this class from here and let's display here first name only. So let's split it, split by space, and let's render first part, save it, go to browser. Now we can see here first name, and here let's cut it and move here. Let's say W3 S3, let's make it S3. Let's say MD hidden and absolute. Let's copy this one and paste it here. Let's give here class relative, and here let's make it W3 and round it full. Let's hidden for medium device, MD hidden, absolute, right 0, and let's make it W3 absolute and right 0. Save it, go to browser. Now you can see here two active status icon. Let's go to bottom and let's hidden for, let's add class here, hidden empty block, and let's cut it. Let's copy this one and paste it here. Save it. Let's cut this one and paste here. Let's add here class flex call md flex row. Save it, go to browser and add here flex md block. Save it and go to browser. Now we can see here list of user. At the top we can see here logout button, and let's make it this small. Let's go to chat window component HTML, and here let's add md. Let's save it and go to browser. We can see here, and let's click this one. We can see current open chat here, and let's click this one. Let's make it small, 75, and let's click this user. We can see message. Let's scroll bottom, and at the end we can see here, at the end we can see here message. So let's send message hi and send. We can see here message. So let's scroll up. We can see list of user. Let's log out and let's design this login page for mobile. Let's go to login component HTML, and let's add here md. Save it, go to browser. Okay, it's beautiful now. So let's navigate to register, design for mobile register page. So let's go to register component HTML, and let's add here md. Save it, go to browser. Now it's looking beautiful, but we need to remove some padding from this. So let's make it md. So let's add here md px20 px10 for small device. Okay, this is perfect now. Let's open in desktop view. We can see here, we can see a register page. Let's move, navigate to login. Let's log in. Now we can see desktop view. So in desktop view, let's hide this icon from here. Let's go to chat sidebar, and here let's add md hidden. Save it, Now we only see here. Okay, let's make this image full width and height. Let's go to chat sidebar component HTML and here let's give class w full, s full and object cover. Save it, go to browser. Now we can see full width height image. Let's display right sidebar in desktop. Let's go to chat component HTML and here let's add empty block. Save it, go to browser. Now we can see right sidebar. Beautiful. Okay, let's change our theme color. So let's go to angular.json and let's search for theme and here let's replace with azure blue theme and another one we have here magenta violet, so replace with azure blue. Save it. Let's restart application, npm start, go to browser. Now we can see azure blue theme. Okay, let's handle duplicate connection. So let's go to chat service and inside start connection let's say if this dot hop connection dot state equal to hop connected state dot connected, then immediately return. And let's clean up our event listener. Let's check if this dot hop connection, then first of all let's remove this dot hop connection dot off. Let's scroll down and here we can see receive new message. So let's copy it, paste here and let's duplicate this one. So and let's copy this one and paste it here. Let's add another online users and hit here notify typing to user and here and notify. Okay, let's play sound when user receive message. Let's go to mixkit.co and let's go to sound effect and search for notification here. Now select one sound. Let's select for this one. Let's download it and let's say notification. Let's open folder. Okay, let's open our project. Let's create one folder inside src. Right click, new folder, assets. Inside assets let's drag and drop inside asset. Okay, let's close it. Go to chat service ts and inside receive new message let's add here let audio, new audio. Let's give here path assets and notification dot mp3. Let's go to angular.json and go to inside assets. Let's add here src and asset and another one. Let's add here assets, src assets. Save it and let's play this audio dot play. Save it. Let's restart our client project npm start. Let's go to browser and let's log in user from private window. Okay, let's type message here, close it, hello, send it. Okay, sound playing here. Okay, let's close this application. Go to login component ts and here let's add duration. Let's make it 500 millisecond. Let's log out and log in. Beautiful. So let's go to register component ts and let's add here duration 500 millisecond. Now let's design this reusable button. Let's create component. Let's go to client project and let's generate component nggc component. Inside component let's create button component. Skip test, press enter. Okay, we have button component here. Let's design our button. First of all, let's go to login component html and copy this button and let's go to button component html and here let's paste it. Let's go to component and here let's is disabled of type input boolean and let's remove this form and let's say is disabled here. Let's design loading indicator. Here let's add div and let's say class w4 s4 height 4 and border 2, border width 2, mr2 and border blue 500 and border t transparent and rounded full animate spin. Okay, let's save it and let's go to login component. Let's cut it and remove this one and add here app button. Self close it. Let's save this component also and let's pass here is disabled. Paste it. Let's make it border. Save it. Go to browser. Now you can see here loading. Let's make it border white and save it. Go to browser. Now we can see white border animation. Here let's go to component and let's say is loading input boolean. Let's go to button component html. Only render this loading if is loading. If is loading, then only display this one. And let's add class here flex, justify center, and let's add item center. Save it. Let's go to button component ts and let's make it true for now. You can see a beautiful loading indicator. So let's remove this default value. Go to login component ts. Let's close all, Ctrl KW and go to auth service. And here let's add is loading. Go to signal
let's keep default value false, and let's go to login component ts. Let's remove this private, and here inside login function let's say this dot auth service dot is loading and set for true, and here let's this dot auth service dot is loading false, and this make auth service dot is loading dot set false, and after completion and add here this dot auth service dot is set false. Okay, let's go to login component html, and here let's pass is loading, let's pass auth service dot is loading bottom component html. Let's make it clickable. Let's go to bottom component ts, and here let's define output. Let's say action equal to output. Let's make it void return type, and let's go to bottom component html and disable if is loading true, and let's bind click event here, click, let's copy it, go to component, and let's define this function here, this dot action dot emit. Okay, let's save it, go to login component html, and here let's bind action, bind with login function. Okay, let's go to login component html, and let's add here is loading. Let's save it and go to browser and take a look. Let's click login. Beautiful, we have disable button with loading. Let's change text. Let's go to bottom component html, and let's add here if is loading, then let's render here, otherwise let's say login. Let's add a span tag, and let's add here @ save it, go to browser and take a look. Now we can see processing button. Okay, beautiful. Now let's make it login text dynamic. So let's go to bottom component ts, and here let's say text input of type string, and go to bottom component html and render here dynamic text. Okay, this type of signal. Let's go to bottom component ts, let's make it required dot required. Let's go to login component html. Now we can see here error, so we need to specify here text login. So let's pass here text login, let's pass string, save it. Let's go to browser and take a look. Let's login. Now beautiful, we can see login. Let's login, we can see processing, and let's go to register component html and render dynamic button. Let's go to bottom, and here you can see let's render app button, self close it. Here let's pass disabled. Let's copy this from here and pass here, and text, let's pass text here, register, and bind action, register function. Let's pass property is loading. let's say auth service dot is loading, and let's go to register component ts, add here this dot auth service dot is loading dot set true. Let's copy it and let's add here and make it false, and add here false, finally add here false. Save it. Now let's go to browser and take a look. We can see register here. Now we can see register button. Let's move this first one. Let's go to register component HTML and remove this button. Save it. Now we can see beautiful register button. Let's go to login and inspect. Let's go to network tab and let's login. Let's press login. We can see here we are requesting login endpoint 2 times. So how to handle it? Let's go to button component HTML and instead of type submit, let's make it button. Save it. Go to browser. Let's test again. Press login. Now we can see single request when click button. Okay, let's implement PWA support in our application. So let's open terminal and go to client project and let's add ng add angular slash PWA. Press enter. And let's select Y and enter. Okay, Angular PWA is installed. So we can see here newly created file ng-sw configuration and web main face and some icon here and updated Angular package.json and appconfig.ts. So let's go to index.html. We can see here main face. Let's go to public folder. Inside public folder we can see main face, web main face. Let's rename our application name. Let's say that app, and here that app, and inside icons let's add our custom icon. So for this let's go to canva.com, search for that here. So let's select this first one, and now let's change color. Let's add this violet color. Let's save it and click here, download again. So let's say we have icon. Now let's go to pwabuilder.com/image generator and choose file. Let's open fab icon and generate, save it, open folder. Let's right click and extract all, extract. Let's open Android folder and let's copy this hive image and let's go to project. Let's right click and reveal in file explorer. Inside icon let's paste here and remove this one 72 and rename this icon -72 x72 and remove this 96 and rename this one icon dash X. Okay, let's go to iOS and let's copy 128 and paste here. Let's rename this one. Let's remove 128. Let's remove 128 and rename this one icon 128. Let's rename this one and let's copy 152, paste here. Let's rename this one. Let's delete it and 152. Rename this one 152 and let's remove this one for now. And let's go to Vscode. From here let's remove 384 size image. Save it. Now let's solve our application. Let's close our sidebar and clear it. Ctrl L and G serve. Now let's go to browser and take a look. Let's download it and install. Now we can see our PWA desktop application. Let's search for SatApp. Now we can see our SatApp installed in our Windows machine. Let's log in our application. Login. Beautiful. Let's open Sat. Now we can see auto scroll.
Hello guys, welcome back. In this video we are going to implement video chat. Let's open Explorer, Ctrl B, and inside API, inside hubs, let's create class, new class, video chat hub. Let's inherit from hub and let's add authorized attribute. Only exists for authorized user, so let's remove this unnecessary using. So press Ctrl dot and enter. Now let's implement method public async task send offer which accept string receiver id offer of type string. Okay, let's await clients dot user. Let's pass here receiver id dot send async. Let's give name receive offer and let's pass here context dot user identifier and return offer. So let's implement another method public async task. Let's say send answer which accept string receiver id and answer of type string. So here let's await and client dot user, let's say receiver id and send async. Let's pass here context dot user identifier and let's return answer. So let's make it send async. Let's implement another method public async task send is candidate string receiver id of type string and candidate of type string. So let's await and clients dot user, let's pass a receiver user dot send async let's give name receive as candidate and pass context dot user identifier and return candidate. One last method which is async end call. So async task of end call which receive string receiver id. Just await clients dot user receiver id and dot send async. Let's name it call ended. Save it. Let's go to program.cs and here let's duplicate it and let's pass video here and pass here video chat hub. Now let's implement this method in client project. Let's generate service inside services folder. Let's go to client project and let's say nggs services. Inside services let's say video chat and skip test. Enter. Okay, our service is generated. Let's go to src app and services. We can see here video chat service. Let's remove this constructor. We don't need this for now. Let's declare hub URL private hub URL equal to let's say http localhost 5000/hubs video. Here we have declared in program.cs hub/video. So this is our video set of URL, and here let's write start connection logic. Start connection this dot hub URL, this dot hub connection. Let's declare hub connection here, public hub connection of type hub connection, which comes from Microsoft/SignalR. Okay, now let's hub connection equal to new hub connection builder, and with URL let's pass here hub URL, this dot hub URL. Let's pass here authentication token. Let's inject here auth service, private auth service, inject auth service. Let's pass here this dot auth service dot get access token dot with automatic reconnect and dot build, and let's start here connection this dot hub connection dot start dot catch error here, just log error here, console dot error. Let's say SignalR connection error and pass here actual error. Now let's register handler here, this dot hub connection dot on. Let's see here receive offer, and here sender ID and offer. Let's declare here behavior subject, public offer receive equal to new behavior subject, sender ID of string, offer of type RTC session description init or null. Let's initialize with null value, and here after offer receive dot emit new value net. Let's say sender ID offer JSON dot parse, let's say offer. Okay, now let's register another handler here, this dot hub connection dot on. Let's go to video chat hub. Here we can see here on receive answer, so copy this one, on paste here this return of sender ID and answer. Let's declare another variable of type behavior subject, let's say answer receive, and here let's say this dot answer receive dot next, let's emit value, let's say sender ID answer JSON dot parse, let's parse string to JSON. So let's make it RTC session description and make it answer. Finally, let's restore this dot hub connection dot, and let's add another, let's restore another handler here. Let's say this dot hub connection dot on receive as candidate, this return was sender ID and answer. Let's add here another variable, let's copy it and duplicate it as candidate received, and let's rename this one D here and D here, and let's say this dot as candidate received dot next. Let's emit new value here, sender ID and candidate date candidate, parse our string to JSON. Let's make it candidate and pass here candidate. Let's add here candidate, and here let's invoke our SignalR method like send offer, send answer, send candidate, and int call. let's go to video chat service, and here let's declare send offer function and pass here receiver id of type string and offer of type RTC session description. Let's invoke our SignalR method, this dot hop connection dot invoke. Let's invoke send offer method and pass here receiver id and offer. Let's stringify this object, json dot stringify. Let's invoke another method, send answer. Let's pass here receiver id of type string and answer of type RTC session description in it. And let's invoke this dot hop connection dot invoke send answer. Let's pass here receiver id and stringify our object answer, json dot stringify answer, and another one send as candidate. Let's pass here receiver id of type string, candidate of type RTC as candidate. This dot hop connection dot invoke send as candidate. Let's pass a receiver id and stringify our json dot stringify candidate. And finally let's call here send in the call, which takes receiver id of type string and this dot hop connection dot invoke in the call and pass a receiver id. Now our video chat service is ready. Now let's generate video chat component. So let's open terminal by pressing Ctrl J. Inside client project, let's generate ngjc video chat skip test inline style and inline template. Okay, let's fix typo test. Okay, our video chat component generated. Let's open video chat component ts, and here let's close this one. Inside template, let's add div and give class relative as full and w full. Inside this div, let's add video tag and let's give class w32 absolute position absolute right 5 and top 4 h52 and object cover border red 500 border 2 rounded lg. Okay, and let's give template variable local video autoplay and plays inline. Let's duplicate it and let's make it remote video w full object cover. Let's make it h full and let's remove this border and add here class bgslate 800 and here let's add here slash and slash here. Let's add another div here and give class for accept and reject call bottom. Let's say absolute position absolute bottom 10 and left 0 right 0 set 50 flex justify center space x3 and padding 4. Inside this div, let's add here button. Let's add mat icon here call. Let's import here mat icon module and let's write text here accept and give class bg green 500 text item center cap 2 hover bg green 700 shadow xl text white and font bold padding py2 and px4 rounded full. So let's copy this button and paste here, call int and let's say decline, and let's copy this button once again, paste here and let's say call. Let's rename this call and let's add text in the call. Okay, now let's implement our TS file. Let's add here view child, local video, of type element ref, HTML video element o, and let's make it capital V, control dot and update. Let's move this one, let's duplicate this one and add here remote video, copy this, paste here. Let's define private variable pair connection of type pair connection of type RTC pair connection and inject here video chat service equal to inject video chat service, and let's implement on init method ng on init. Here first of all let's set up our SignalR listener, SignalR connection, signal listener, and edit this dot SignalR service dot hop connection dot on call indate equals to, let's implement here in the call tags to do in the call, and here let's subscribe answer received here this dot SignalR service dot answer received dot subscribe async of data equals to we have data, then await this dot pair connection dot set remote description. Let's set here new RTC session description with answer data dot answer. Then let's subscribe this dot SignalR service dot is candidate received dot subscribe async data equals to, if we have data then await this dot pair connection dot add as candidate. Let's pass here new RTC as candidate with data dot candidate. Let's go to video chat service and rename this one RTC as candidate, save it, and here okay. Now let's implement decline call method. This dot SignalR service dot incoming call, it's call to false. Let's go to video chat service and declare here probably incoming call false, and let's declare another variable here call active false and public remote user ID, and initialize empty string variable public pair connection of type RTC pair connection. Save it, go to video chat component TS and here, and let's make this dot SignalR service dot is called active false dot SignalR service dot send end call. Let's pass here this dot SignalR service dot remote user ID. Now let's go to app component TS. Inside here, let's inject here private SignalR service, inject our PTZ service and inject here auth service, inject auth service here, and let's implement onInit method here. onInit method, let's say if this dot auth service dot, let's check if auth service is auth service dot get access token and immediately return from here. Otherwise, let's connect our SignalR connection, SignalR service start connection here. Let's declare method start offer receive, and here this dot SignalR service dot offer received dot subscribe. Let's pass here async data equals to if, let's check data, if we have data, then let's open dialog. First of all, let's inject here mat dialog, private mat dialog, inject mat dialog. Let's make it dialog and control dot. Let's import dialog, import mat dialog from Angular / material / dialog. So let's open here dialog, this dot dialog dot open. Let's open our video chat component and let's pass object with 400 pixel, height 600 pixel will be good, and disable close false. And here this dot SignalR service dot remote user ID equal to data dot sender ID, and this dot SignalR service dot incoming call true. Make it so let's call this method here, this dot start offer receive. Now let's go to video chat component and at the top let's inject here mat dialog ref, private dialog ref of type mat dialog ref video chat component equal to inject mat dialog ref. Okay, here let's close dialog, this dot dialog ref dot close. Now let's implement accept call method, async accept call. Let's say this dot SignalR service dot incoming call false, and this dot SignalR service dot is called active true, and let's create offer. Await this dot SignalR service dot offer receive dot get value dot offer. If we have offer, then await this dot pair connection dot set remote description and pass here RTC session description with offer. Okay, and let's create answer here. Answer await this dot pair connection dot create answer, and let's await this dot pair connection dot set local description and pass here answer. Okay, and finally this dot SignalR service dot send answer. Pass here this dot SignalR service dot remote user ID and offer. Now let's implement start call method here. Async start call. Let's say this dot SignalR service dot is called active true, and let's create offer from here. Let offer this dot peer connection dot create offer, and let's await this dot peer connection dot set local description equal to. Okay, here we have some error. Let's make it answer, and this dot SignalR service dot send offer as a receiver ID. This dot SignalR service dot remote user ID and offer. Okay, let's go to send offer method and make it init, and finally and let's add here, and here let's set up our peer connection. Set up peer connection. This dot peer connection equal to new RTC peer connection. Let's pass here object as server and URLs stone.l google.com and pass here port 19302. Let's make it stone, and let's pass here another URL. URLs stone dot, let's make it colon, and stone dot l dot standard services dot mozilla.com, and here this dot peer connection dot on ice candidate event goes to, if we have event dot ice candidate event dot candidate, then this dot SignalR service dot send ice candidate. Let's pass a remote user. This dot SignalR service dot remote user ID event dot candidate. Let's add this dot peer connection dot on track. This pass event goes to this dot remote video dot native element dot src object. Pass here events event dot stream 0th index, and let's add here another method. Async start local video. Let's declare stream await navigator dot get media devices dot get user media. Let's pass here video true, audio true, and this dot local video dot native element dot src object and pass here stream, and after this stream dot get tracks dot forest. Let's iterate it. Track goes to this dot peer connection dot add track and stream here. Now let's implement end call method. Async end call. Let's say this dot peer connection, then this dot dialog ref dot close, this dot SignalR service dot is call active false, and make this dot SignalR service dot incoming call false, and this dot SignalR service dot remote ID, let's make it empty, and let's close peer connection. and this dot pair connection. Let's initialize RTC pair connection, and this dot local video dot native element and make it null. src object null, and stop all video track here. Constant trim this dot local video dot native element dot src object is a stream. If we have a stream, then stream dot get tracks dot horizon. Let's pass it track dot stop this dot local video dot native element and src object null. Okay, and finally this dot SignalR service dot send in call this dot SignalR service dot remove user id. Okay, let's go to HTML and render this button conditionally. If SignalR service dot incoming call, then let's render this two button. Copy, paste here. Let's make it red. Let's bind click event, decline call, and here let's bind with start call, and here let's check, if SignalR service dot incoming call, not incoming call, and not this dot SignalR service dot is call active, then only display this button. Paste here, and let's bind here click event start call. Let's make it start call, and another one, if not this dot SignalR service dot is incoming call, then let's copy this button, paste here, end call, and here let's say call int bind with end call pg rate 500 and pg rate 900 here. So here let's make it a zip call. Now let's go to chat window component HTML, and here we can see video call icon. So add here class cursor pointer, and let's bind here click event display dialog. Let's pass here chat service dot current open chat dot id. Let's copy this method, go to component ts and implement here display dialog method receiver id of type string. This dot let's inject here video chat service. Let's say signal add service inject video chat service. Let's set here remote user id. This dot SignalR service dot remote user id receiver id. Now let's inject dialog here, dialog inject mat dialog. Let's open dialog. This dot dialog dot open. Let's open video chat component and pass here with 400 pixel and height 600 pixel. Disable close true and autofocus false. Let's go to chat window component HTML. Let's add exclamation, and let's go to video chat component TS, and inside on init let's call this dot set of peer connection, this dot start local video, and this dot SignalR service dot start connection, and finally let's call this dot set of SignalR listener here. Now let's add ringtone for incoming call. So let's go to mixkit.co, and here in search let's filter sound effect. Let's search for phone ring, and let's use this one. Okay, this is good. Download it, name this one phone ring, and let's select this for all file and make it .mp3. Save. Go to project, and inside assets let's import here. Let's go to download and drag here. Inside assets let's drop here. Now let's go to app component TS. Here when user receive offer, then let's declare let audio, new audio. Let's pass here path assets. Inside assets we have phone ring.mp3, mp3. Let's rename audio, and let's play audio.play. Let's save it. Now let's test our application. So first of all let's run front-end application, cd client npm start, and let's open new terminal, and let's navigate to API project, and .NET was run. So let's go to browser and refresh it, and let's click allow. Let's open browser in private window, and let's log in from another user, login, and let's click this one. Let's make it a little small, and this one also. So let's click this video icon. Let's click here allow. So this is my local video, and let's click start call. We can see here pop up. Let's click allow, and let's accept. We can see our video call application side by side. So let's call int, let's call again, and start call. Beautiful. Let's accept call. Let's change our SQLite database and replace with SQL Server. So let's go to app setting development JSON, and here let's add connection string, and let's add here default connection string name, and let's pass here connection string server local db mssql local db database. Let's say set app db, and trusted connection equal to true, and let's go to program.cs. Just remove this one. Let's open terminal, and let's click here Nuget, and let's search for SQL Server Microsoft Entityframework.SQL Server. Let's select version 9. So let's go to api.csprod. Our application is running in .NET 9. So let's close it and install it. Now let's go to API.csprod and remove SQLite. remove this one and go to terminal, go to API and let's run command .NET restore. Okay, and let's pass options, goes to options use SQL server, and let's pass here connection is builder.configuration get connection string. So let's pass here connection string. So here we have connection string name default connection, so let's copy it and paste here. So let's save it, let's open Explorer and here just remove migration, enter. Now migration gone, let's scroll to bottom. Okay, here let's migrate pending migrations. So using var scope app.services.getScope var dbContext and scope dot service provider dot get required service. Let's pass here AppDbContext, our DbContext name AppDbContext, and let's run dbcontext.database.migrate. Okay, first of all let's add migration.net ef migrations, add change db to SQL server, press enter. Okay, let's run our application. .NET run. We have here exception, unhandled exception, system argument queued not supported, trusted connection. So let's go to app setting development session and let's fix our typo. Let's make it underscore. So save it and let's run again. .NET run. Beautiful, our migration is applied and running successfully. So let's open our database. If you don't have installed SQL server, you can install from here extension and SQL server. So if you don't have installed, please install this one. I have already installed, so let's close it and open SQL server and click add connection. Let's close this one. Profile name that AppDb and server name local db slash mssql local db, and let's save this trust server certificate and select window authentication. Let's go to app setting development JSON. Here we can see our db name set AppDb. Let's paste here and let's connect. Okay, our db is connected. Let's see our table. Okay, we have here our database table, ASP.NET role claim roles, user claims, and our here messages. Okay, so let's run our application. Let's click this plus icon and let's navigate to client project, npm start. Okay, our application is running, so let's go to browser and run our application. So let's log out first. We don't have user right now. Let's try to log in. You can see message user not found. Let's register user and register. So let's log in our application. Login. Now we don't have any other users, so we don't see list of user here. Okay, let's go to browser and go to portal.azure.com. So I have already logged in Azure portal. So if you don't have account, you can create free account using student. Here I am going to use Azure student subscription, so you can use any free or paid subscription. So first of all, let's create resource group and create So you can select if you have multiple subscription. Here I have student subscription, so let's give name that course. Let's select region. You can select your nearest location. So I just select here Central India. So let's create and create. Okay, our resource group is created. So let's go to home and let's create SQL server. Okay, create SQL server. Let's select our resource group, chat course, and enter name of our server. Let's say chat course, and let's select nearest location. You can choose your nearest location. Okay, let's select use SQL authentication and set your admin login. Set admin and let's give password and confirm password. You can copy this password. We use this admin password in later. So let's go to networking and let's select S and next click next security and next additional setting and next let's give name set course SQL server and set course SQL server. Next click next and click create. Okay, now our SQL server is created and deploy in progress. So our SQL server is deployed in progress. So let's go to home. Okay, our SQL server is ready. So let's go to home and let's create database. Create SQL database and let's apply offer. You can choose your subscription. I have only one subscription Azure for student and choose your resource group, chat course, enter DB name, chat DB and it automatically selected chat course. Okay, let's click next and click next security and press next and click next tag section. Let's add here chat db chat db. Click next. So we have SQL database, free database and this great deployment is in progress. Okay, our deployment is completed. Let's go to resource. Later we will use this database connection string. You can see here connection string or audio.net. So let's click this query editor. We can edit from here. You can log in your SQL server. Let's enter your password. So it's a cannot open server chat course requested by the login client IP address this. So let's copy this address. Let's go to home page. Let's click OK and let's click this chat course SQL server and let's open security and networking. Let's add here IP4 address. So let's click this one. Automatically append here address. Let's save it and let's go to home page and chat course db. Let's click query editor and let's log in now. Okay,
we are logging as admin. So here we can see our table, but we don't have table yet. Our DB is ready. So let's go to home page. Now let's create web app for web API. Let's search for web app and let's click this one. Okay, now let's select our resource group, chat course, and let's give app name chat API. Let's uncheck this one. Okay, this name is not available. Let's rename this one chat app API. So it's available. So let's select for code and let's choose runtime stack .NET 9. Let's select operating system window and let's add your nearest location, and by default it's selected. So let's select free and next database. Let's press next deployment and let's disable this and let's press next and press next. For now let's disable and let's create next and let's give name set app API and let's press next. Okay, press create and our API web app is deployment in progress. Okay, deployment is completed. Let's go to home page and let's create web app for client. Let's search for web app and press this one and let's select group chat course and our website name chat app UI. Let's disable this so it is available. Code by default and runtime stack node. Let's select this node 20 LTS and select window and let's select nearest location. Let's select this one and click next and next. Let's leave as it is. Next and click next. Okay, for now let's disable this one and press and click next. Okay, let's give name chat app UI and let's click next, review and create. So let's review our application. So SQL is free. So let's click create. Now our client web app is deployment in progress. So deployment is completed. Let's go to resource and this is our default domain. Let's copy this domain and go to home. Let's go to chat app API and let's scroll and go to API. Inside API we can see course, so let's select this one and let's paste it. Let's add https :// and let's check this enable access control, allow credential. Let's save it. Okay, our API course is updated. Let's go to home page
and let's go to UI. Let's click default domain. So this is our default page. We can see before we publish our own chat app. So let's go to home page and API. So this is our custom domain. We can click here and navigate to website. We can see our default page provided by Azure. Now let's set up our CI/CD. So let's go to dev.azure.com and get started with Azure. Try Azure free. So let's send code. Enter your code here. So I have already created one organization. So inside this organization I don't have any project. So let's create new project, set API, and let's select private and create project. Let's click this repos and let's copy these things and go to our project. Let's open API project in File Explorer. Let's delete this Git folder and let's go to API. Inside API, let's open terminal, git init. Let's go to code and inside API project, let's open git ignore. Let's ignore this chat.db, api.stdb. Okay, let's open terminal. So carefully let's navigate to API project. So let's print our current working directory by typing pwd. We can see we are currently inside API project. Let's go to Azure DevOps portal. So here let's copy this one and paste here. Let's add all and commit m initial commit and let's push enter. Okay, let's go to portal. Let's click repo. Now we can see our code is inside chat API. Let's configure our pipeline. So let's click pipeline and create pipeline. Let's select Azure repos git and let's select this chat API project, and here let's click show more and let's click ASP.NET. So it sended XML file for us, and let's edit our pipeline. Instead of SLN, let's say CSPros, and let's scroll bottom. Let's remove this test. We don't have test project right now. Let's add here publish artifact task, publish artifact input. Let's give here path to publish. Let's add here path dollar. Let's add here fuel.artifact staging directory, and finally let's give name artifact name. Let's give backend and let's save and run. So let's click this job. Now we can see here, so our job is initialize. Okay, we can see here log, and here we can see publishing build artifact failed, publishing not found. So and we can see here path not found exception, build is failed. Let's click this one and see what happened. So here we can see not found path to publish. So we have typo here, RTFCAT. So let's go back and let's click pipeline. Let's click this one and edit RTFCAT here and validate and save. Okay, let's save.
Let's go back. Now another build is running. Let's click this one and let's click this solve. We can see here log. Okay, PS build is success and publish build artifact is success. Okay, let's go back and now it is success. Next, okay, let's create release. Let's click this release and new pipeline. It's loading. Let's select Azure App Service Deployment. Apply. Let's give name production. You can configure multiple stage deployment. So let's close this one and let's click add artifact. Let's select our build pipeline, this chat API, and let's click add. For continuous deployment you can configure from here. Let's click this one and by default it disable. Let's enable it. When we push in master branch, it automatically trigger continuous deployment when new artifact is available. So let's close it and let's click this job. So let's create manage. Let's click create service connection. Let's select Azure Resource Manager. Click next and our subscription loading. So let's authenticate it. Let's enter your email. Okay, let's send code. Enter your code. Sign in success. Let's select resource group, chat course and service connection name, chat course service. Okay, let's set this grant access permission to all pipeline and save. Okay, service connection is created and ready to use. Let's go back and let's refresh here. Let's click this one. Now we can see here chat course service. Let's click this one and let's select for our app type web app on window. Let's select chat API. So let's save it and okay, and let's click this deploy Azure app service and let's go to here. Let's scroll down and let's select package folder from here. Let's click browse and we have one artifact. Let's select this backend and okay, let's save it and okay, and next let's create release. Let's select from drop down production. So let's select production and we have only one artifact. Great. Now we can see one release one has been created. Let's click this and we can see here production not deploy. So let's first time let's deploy manually and click deploy. Production is queued. Let's click this log. We can see here log what is happening. So here we can see initializing job and downloading artifact. Let's go back. So now it is succeed. So let's see log. So finalize job is succeed. So let's go to Azure portal and let's click this default domain. You can see you don't have permission to view directory. So we have missing something. So let's enter here .scm. So let's click this drop down debug console and command. Let's go to site and root. You can see here api.zip. So let's go back Azure Dev portal and here and let's edit release, edit task. So Just click deploy Azure App Service and let's select backend. Inside backend we have api.zip. Let's select this api.zip and OK. Let's save it. Save. Let's go back and redeploy it. Redeploy. Now it is in queue, in progress. So what is happening here? We have selected wrong folder, so it enable. So this API zip is inside our root, but it is not extracted. So this gives us permission error. Now let's go back our dev.azure.com. Now we can see our deployment is success. So let's go to portal and let's click here. Now we can see HTTP error 500.30. So let's go to SCM and refresh it. Let's click site and root. Now we can see here our API project is extracted properly. Let's go back and let's see our console, what is happening. So let's go back. Let's click this log file and let's open this event log.xml, cat event log.xml. So we can see here error. So let's scroll up. The process was terminated due to unhandled exception. So we can see here the connection property has not been initialized. We have error here. The process was terminated due to an exception. The process was terminated due to unhandled exception. So we can see here the connection property has not been initialized. So for this we need to initialize. We need to set connection string in environment. Let's go to chat API and inside setting let's click environment variable. So add new variable. So the name of connection string. So let's go to project and apps development setting. Let's close for now. We can see here default connection. So let's copy this one and let's paste in name for value. Let's click this in new tab, control click. Let's click chat DB and let's click show database connection string. Now let's copy this ADO.NET SQL authentication. Let's copy it and paste here. Let's replace password. Let's select type SQL server. So let's click apply and we have here connection string default connection. Okay, let's click apply, save change. Let's confirm it and let's click overview. Let's restart our app and our app successfully restarted. Let's click default domain. So we can see now 404 page not found. So let's go to code and change our home page. Let's go to program.cs and here let's say app.mapget and let's add empty string and let's return here just hello world and save it. Let's add and commit home page changed. Let's push origin master. Our recent push is rejected. First of all, let's pull our origin master. Git pull origin master. Now let's push in origin master. When we push in master, it automatically trigger build. So let's go to dev.azure and let's go to pipeline. Here we can see our chat API is queued. So let's click this one. So it automatically triggering
Okay, our project is built and published artifact, so let's wait for finalizing job. Okay, now our project is built successfully. Let's go back and let's click releases. Here we can see release 2 is queued for production, so let's click this one. Release 2 is in deployment process, so we can see here log. It's trying to update app service application setting. Okay, now it's succeed. Let's go back. We can see production success. Let's go to website and refresh it. You don't have permission to view this page directory or page, so let's go back dev.azure. So let's click in release and let's click this release 2. Let's click this view stage task and let's click this deploy azure app service. We still see underscore. Let's click pipelines and releases. First of all, let's delete this one and create new. Okay, let's create new pipeline. Azure service deployment, apply. Let's add production, close it, and let's add artifact, set API, add. Let's enable continuous deployment, trigger enabled, close it, and let's click this job. Let's select subscription, chat core service, and app service name, chat API, and let's click run on agent. Select this one and api.zip. Let's deploy Azure App Service and select package folder and let's click api.zip and click OK. Now we can see underscore chat API slash backend slash api.zip. So let's save. OK, and let's create release. Let's click production and create. Let's click this release one and manually deploy it. Okay, our production deployment is succeed. Let's go to website and refresh. Now we can see hello world. So let's check out CI/CD is working properly. So let's go to Vscode and let's change our program.cs and append here, save it, and let's add dot git commit home page updated. Let's push in origin master. Now let's go to dev.azure and let's click pipeline. We can see here our build process in queue. Okay, let's open this one. Our commit message is displayed here, home page updated. Let's click this job and you can see here log, so it take time. Okay, Nuget command is executing. Okay, Nuget command is executing successfully. Okay, we can see here 96 packages installed and Nuget command finished. ES build is finished now, and so all jobs are done. Let's go back. Now let's go to releases and we can see here production.
Production deployment is in progress. Deployment is in process. You can see here console log, get service connection detail. Okay, now deployment is success. Let's go to our website and refresh it. Beautiful, we have hello world updated. So our CI/CD is working properly. Now for testing our API, let's install SignalR for API documentation. Let's install SignalR.net add package SignalR.ASP.NET Core. Press enter. So our package is installed. Let's configure in program.cs app.mapScaler API reference. Let's comment this code and save it. Let's push git add.git commit, open API for production, git push origin master. Build is success. Now our build is success. Let's go to releases. You can see release 4 is also succeed. So let's go to full site and refresh again. Now we can see our endpoint. So let's test our login endpoint and test request and send. Now we can see user not found, which means our database is working properly and we have successfully implemented CI/CD in our API project. Now let's enable application insight. Let's go to Chat App API. Inside Chat App API, let's scroll down and under monitoring, let's click application insight and turn on application insight. Let's click .NET. Let's enable this on and let's for testing purpose let's enable this on and apply. Click yes. So our application insight is deployed successfully. Let's install application insight package inside API project .NET add package application Microsoft.application inside.ASP.NET Core. Press enter. Okay, our package is installed. Let's open api.cs pros. So now we can see Microsoft application inside ASP.NET Core, application inside telemetry. Let's save it. Let's push our latest in our GitHub, git add, git commit, application inside added. Let's push in our master branch. Let's go to dev.azure and let's click chat API and let's click in pipeline. Now we can see here our pipeline is running. Let's click it. Let's click application inside added. Okay, let's click in job. Okay, Nuget command is executed successfully. Our pipeline build is success. So let's go to release and we can see here release 6 is deployed successfully. Go to chat API. Let's go to monitoring. Inside monitoring we have application insight. Let's click it and here let's click 30 minutes. We can see failed request 1 and let's see server request. Let's click this one and we can see here our request. So let's go to API and let's navigate to SignalR.
Okay, let's go to application inside. Now refresh it. Now we can see here our latest request. Let's execute login and let's click login, test and send. So we can see user not found message here. Go to Azure portal and here let's refresh it. Now we can see here API account login. So let's click it. We can see top 3 dependencies, SQL, and let's click this failed request. We can see here our recent failed request, API/login. Let's click it. So we can see here detail of our request, operation post and success false with response code 400. Okay, let's implement CI/CD in our Angular project. So let's open terminal by pressing Ctrl J. Let's go to client project and let's initialize git init and let's go to dev.azure.com and create new project. Project name set client. Let's create client project is created. So let's click reports and let's copy it. Let's go to client project, git add all. Let's paste it, enter, and let's open git ignore. Let's open git ignore file. Okay, all good. So let's add all and commit, initial commit. Okay, let's go back to Azure DevOps and let's copy it, paste here. Okay, now our application is pushed. Let's go to Azure DevOps and click report. You can see our project here. Let's set up pipelines. Let's click here pipelines and create pipeline. Let's select Azure Repos Git and chat client. Let's select Node.js with Angular. Let's remove this build and add output path. Let's keep output path build.artifact staging directory and let's pass a configuration production. Okay, let's add our script for publish artifact, tags publish build artifact, input path to publish. Let's give here path $build artifact staging directory and let's give artifact name client. Let's save. Let's click this drop down and save it. Save. Let's click this pipeline. We have chat client pipeline. Let's go to Vscode and pull our master branch. Now let's open Explorer. We can see here Azure pipeline. Now let's generate environment ng environments inside src. Inside environment, let's duplicate development environment and rename this production. Let's click environment.ts and let's add here production false base URL. Let's say localhost 5000 and let's copy this to property. Go to production and paste here and go to development and paste it here. Let's close this too and let's open production. Let's give here production URL and make production true. Let's go to Azure portal and let's click Chat App API. This is our base URL. Let's copy it and paste here. Let's add here https:// okay, and finally let's go to angular.json and let's close for now. Okay, let's add here production file replacement. Let's copy this object from here and paste it here. Let's make it production, save it. Now let's push our latest changes in our master branch. Git add, git commit, environment edit. Let's push in our master branch. Now it is pushed in our master branch. Let's go to Azure DevOps and click that client and let's click repos. Just now we can see environment added here. So let's click pipeline. Now we can see that client is running. Click it, click this, and let's click this job. Let's click this job. Now we can see here error. Let's edit our pipeline. Go back and edit pipeline. We have forgot to add here build command. Let's add build. Let's add this to command before installing Angular CLI. Before installing Angular CLI, let's add this to command npm cache clean and validate and save. Let's save. Let's go to pipeline. Now it's running. Let's click this one and let's click this job. Okay, our pipeline build success. So let's go to release and new pipeline Azure App Service deployment and let's give production. We can configure multi-stage deployment, but for this course I'm going to use single step for production. Let's close it and let's add artifact. Let's select that client and add. Okay, let's enable continuous deployment. Enable, close it and let's click view stage tasks and select Azure subscription. Let's click manage. Let's create service connect Azure resource manager. Next, let's sign in. Next, and send code and let's paste our code. Okay, let's select resource group chat course and service name chat course UI. Let's grant access permission to all pipeline and save. Let's go to new release pipeline and refresh it. Let's select chat course UI and let's select this web app on window. Service name, we have two service in window, chat app API and UI. Let's select chat app UI. Let's select chat app UI and save. Okay, now let's click this. Let's click deploy Azure app service and here let's select package folder. Let's click chat client and client. Let's select browser here and okay, save it. Okay, and now let's create release manually. Let's select production and select our latest artifact and create. Let's click this release one. Let's deploy it manually first time. Okay, deployment succeed. Let's go to Azure portal and chat app UI. Let's click default domain. Okay, our chat app deployed successfully. Let's log out and log in our application. Now we don't see any error here. Let's open console, inspect, and console. Let's clear it and let's click login. Now we are requesting localhost 5000 /API/account. So let's go to Vscode and use environment variable in our service. So go to chat service and here let's add here environment. Let's select this environment/environment and let's save it. Let's go to port service and add here base URL environment base URL. Let's add here base URL, save it, go to all service and let's close this one. Let's remove this one. Okay, let's save it. Let's go to video chat service and add here base URL from environment.base URL, save it. Now let's push our data exchanges. Let's push in master branch. Okay, first of all let's pull our master branch. Now again pull our master branch. Now it is success. Let's push again in master branch. Okay, let's go to Azure DevOps and click pipeline. Now you can see our chat client is queued and running, so it will success. Let's go to release and production in progress and it's successful. Let's go to website and refresh it. Okay, let's log in our application. Let's log in. Our application is down, so let's go to Azure home and chat API. Let's restart our application. Let's log in again. Now we can see here error user not found, so our front end and backend is deployed successfully. So let's hard refresh our application. Now we can see this resource. We can see here temporary unavailable error. So how to fix this? So for this we need to add web config in our client application. So let's go to client app. Let's open Explorer and inside src let's add web.config and add this code. Let's close it. We can see here system.web server rewrite rule. So this is IIS server configuration rule. So let's save it and go to angular.json. Let's add here another option web.config and let's add another here, save it. Okay, let's push our application git add web.config, enter master. Okay, let's go to Azure DevOps pipeline. Now it is triggering. Just click this job. So job run successfully. Let's go back and go to releases. We can see release 3 production queued. Okay, it's deployed successfully. Let's go to application and hot reload, Ctrl Shift R. Now we can see our website is back. So let's log in application. We can see error user not found. Let's try to go to chat. Now direct to login. Let's hard refresh again. Now it worked. So we have successfully implemented CI/CD and deployed our frontend and backend application in Azure Cloud. Okay, let's fix our this PWA manifest.web manifest issue. So let's go to web config and add here static content and let's add here. So let's remove this s from here and
git add git post version master. Now our recent build is success, so let's go to releases and production in progress. Okay, production is success. Let's reload our application. Okay, now we can see our PWA application. Let's install it. Install. Beautiful. This is our desktop application, and we can see our installed application here. You can see here chat app install. Let's open it. Okay, this is our chat application. Okay, now let's create account. Let's press register. Let's create register and let's create new account and username. Let's upload image. Let's select image and let's register. Now we can see here 500 internal server error. So let's go to Azure portal and let's open API app and restart our application. Press click S. Okay, now our web app is restarted. Let's go to client. New user registered successfully. So let's close it and log in our application. Let's click login. Okay, login successfully. Now our application is working. Let's log out and log in.